Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Hey guys, so long time no see. It's Wednesday again apparently, and forgive my voice, it's a little off. I've been sick. I am doing a bit better. I may have to turn my camera off and mute myself to hack and sneeze, but you know, I'm on the mend. Crystal, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. Thank you so much. And I do hope you get to feeling better. I know you've really been having it these past few days.
For sure. And thank you. Yeah. And you relayed something on Jack's show that I think we'll mention right quick because, you know, Yolanda was on Finding Gnosis last night. So I want to, first of all, reach out to her verbally and let her know that I hope she feels better soon. Apparently she had an injury and she struggles with a chronic illness. So definitely hope she is on the mend. Would love to see her on here again as well.
Yeah, she shared some more information. She just was doing a lot yesterday trying to help other people. And then she was trying to do something that she needed to do for herself. And then that's when she got injured. I think it's just because she was just trying to do so much, you know?
Yep, definitely. That happens with people that are very compassionate. They end up not having anything left for themselves. So definitely she strikes me as a very sweet lady, and I do hope she feels better soon. And I love hearing her perspective on things. She came up here once for one of the shows, and then she had her dad's illness. So I've always been looking forward to having her back. So I would love to have that happen soon. And we have a third lady. Miss Chickpea, how are you today?
Hi, Emily. Hi, Crystal. I saw that joining. Grump said, get on to WoW, so I'm here.
Hi, Chickpea.
Hello, Crystal. How are you? How are you?
Thank you so much. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm at home with my cats as usual.
Well, we'll get right into it, guys. I didn't do a whole lot of prep because, you know, just with not feeling well and all, but I wrote down some different things that I think are interesting, and I just screenshotted some stuff because we kind of rely mostly on our conversations and not so much on video or anything like that. So, and I know we have one thing that Crystal shared with me that's very interesting that we can touch on at some point. But yeah, I read something interesting about adding or subtracting things from your life being a part of life improvement. Let me read it because this was so well said. And it was said by someone who was wrongfully convicted of a crime and spent 18 years in jail for something they did not do. And here's what he said. Many people are always looking for another practice to add to their lives, more books, more techniques, more rituals. However, often the greatest transformation comes from subtraction. Eliminate gossip, complaining, doom scrolling, needless arguments, empty entertainment, anything that produces no fruit or leaves you diminished. Attention is your most valuable possession. Stop giving it away to what is of no use, and you'll be surprised how quickly your mind, your body, and your entire life begin to change. So that's a pretty powerful statement. What do you ladies think about that?
Yes, less is more. Less is more. One thing I've learned as I've become an old lady, less is more. Yes. Get rid of all your rubbish, all the junk we collect over the years, blah, 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 both physical and mental junk, because our heads are full of mental junk. And simplify life. You know, I just live for my plants and my cats. And,
Mental clutter. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, the clutter. I tell you, we have got so much clutter in our lives these days, all of us. Unbelievable. Yeah, so much
Yeah,
junk. It's all junk. And it is. It's just junk.
that's
Don't
our
need
energy
it.
away.
Sorry.
I said, yeah, that's our energy we're giving away
Yes,
with all
exactly.
the
Yes, because
things.
you buy it, and energy is money, or money is energy. Something I've learned late in life.
For sure.
Exactly. P.
Yes, look after your pennies, because if you get into trouble, money is the one thing that you can depend on. It can buy you the best doctor, buy you what you need. So keep it stashed away in a safe place. Don't spend it on junk cars and junk clothes. Seriously, one thing I've learned in my old age.
And we're hearing from Yolanda here. She says, Crystal, thank you so much for reaching out and the abundance of support. Emily, you're pointing out an excellent point. I'm having to do better at the balance part. Yeah, I know for me, like, and sometimes we resent hearing people say things to us. Like, I resented someone telling me, like, with some work that I was doing, like, I was absorbing the other person's problems, was how they put it, and making them my own. And I'm like, well, if you're going to work on something, that kind of happens. But in a way, I realized that was really true. It is okay to take care of yourself, because and oftentimes we assume that other people, sometimes we think they're worse off than they really are. Like, people do have strength, so they don't need you for every single thing. It is okay to put something down and kind of take care of yourself in the mix there. And Frank says, the more you chase abundance, the more your mind notices what's missing. Very true. And by abundance too, that's another thing. Like, what is abundance? Because you can have a lot of stuff and be miserable. Look at all of the rich drug addicts and people with the severe porn addiction and drug addiction and stuff, and they're very wealthy. Mentally healthy people don't need all of that, all those distractions. And imagine having, all the money in the world and needing to be distracted all the time. So you need to have the wealth of the mind.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you, Yolanda. Yolanda and I have a little bit of kindred spirit stuff going on because we have some of the same medical problems. So I totally understand what she's talking about when she's, sharing things with me. But, Yolanda has a very divine spirit. So, I love her dearly.
Yeah, every encounter I've had with Yolanda has been phenomenal. So I love her too. I haven't had the pleasure of knowing her very long, but the times I have interacted with her have been very delightful. And we have another lady, which is so awesome. This is Miss Cougar Doomer, Tessa Woodmansey. Did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Nice to see you here.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Did you want to share something about what I was talking about, or did you? I'd be happy to pivot into anything you'd like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess pivot into our climate crisis. That would be
Okay,
very interesting,
it would
important. Okay,
indeed.
good. Yeah. All right. So I guess, yeah, we're really in a very bad way. And I guess, just, I guess, what is it? I guess it's about growing food. And that's what we were looking at today. We were looking at it with the UK and the problems they're having with their food security and just food, period. The plants growing, not growing because of our global heating. And that's coming for all of us. So I guess that's what we have to do is grow food locally. A lot of people are saying that. Cougar Doomer says that. Who else people say that? Oh, just a lot of people are saying that we have to um, become, what is it? Living without fossil fuels. And therefore, we need to, have all our needs met by ourselves and our neighbors. And that's what we have to do.
But
You're
Tessa, that
oh, go ahead.
requires land, and most people in the UK do not have land.
Oh, okay,
Most of
good.
us,
So then
yeah.
that's where you can grow microgreens. I always say, I mean, I know that
Sorry, Tessa.
You faded out, Tessa. Let me
To
see
tell
what I
you,
can-
Could
Emily,
do.
the vast majority of Brits, most of us, we've all been corralled into small suburbs, overcrowded cities. Very few of us have any land that we're allowed to grow anything on. It's one of the big things that people don't realise about the UK. Most of the land is leasehold. That land, even if you own your flat, the land outside your door belongs to the landlord.
No, that's what I was saying. Microgreens where you can grow on a shelf with the LED lights. And so I'm working on. I've done it before, but I want to do it more. It's the healthiest food for us is the microgreens, and so that's something we can contribute. All of us can contribute that have even some type of shelter. We could do that.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add is
Oh,
that
somebody just, who put that message up just there? There was a message somebody put up. The
Patrick's.
one before, yes, the UK is the least. He's right. What Patrick's saying is 1,000,000,000,000% correct. It's
Yeah.
terrifying. Terrifying.
Like for me, I have a third of an acre-ish, but
That's a
you
lot.
could do a lot with that. But also, one thing that when Cougar's talking about this kind of stuff, that I think about, and not to nitpick, because I think you guys are right, we are in a climate crisis, and we will need to be self-sustaining. And really, this system, and that's what people don't accept. This predatory,
Without fossil fuels. Without fossil
yeah,
fuels.
with this predatory system that relies on fossil fuels, it would have to end. Once we don't use fossil fuels, and eventually we wouldn't be able to anyway. But if we were to get off of that, our lifestyle would change. It would have to, and people don't like hearing that, but that's the way that it is. And but one thing that's I differ is that I have an interest in regenerative agro, and permaculture, so we'd be on the same page with permaculture. And yes, I've seen microgreens really successful operations in Canada. Even it's a really good thing for people in climates. If you have a greenhouse, you can grow stuff in there, and it's every 8 weeks. You can cut them short and stuff. And people, start small businesses doing that too, selling to restaurants and stuff. But the flip side is if you lived in Alaska or if you lived in some of the northern states, you know, um, and your growing season wasn't so hot, you might starve to death. So that's where the whole vegan versus regenerative agro, where you kind of combo animals and land and plants and things. That kind of. There's a guy named Gabe Brown who really does an interesting operation, and Lear Keith talks about this stuff a lot. So I do think that what do you think about that? That in some places, ice fishing and regenerative agro would be the way to survive.
Can I just say something, Emily? Okay,
Yeah.
I have been house hunting here in the UK, and I've got a bit of money stashed away, more than I would say on here, but I cannot find even a small little flat that I can take my 8 cats to and have a bit of land for my cats. I can't even find it. It's impossible, and I've been looking for over a year.
Wow.
That's how bad things are in England. If you haven't got at least 1.5 mil stashed away, or you can afford a mortgage on a 1.5 mil property, well, I don't know where you're going to get your land from. It's that bad in England. It's terrible here, Emily. Worse than people want to talk about. You're very lucky in the US. Very, very lucky indeed.
Well, there are a lot of people that live like in a way maybe that you're not seeing though in the US, and I do
Yeah.
think we're
Well,
lucky.
there
Like
are a
my
few,
situation's good, but
but
you
not
do have
many. But yes, it's bad. It's
well,
bad for the proletariat in England. For the proletariat.
right. But like I think England's such a small place. The people that
Mhm.
have countryside estates, that would be really far and few between. We do have more people in America that live that way, even that don't have money that live pretty well and have own
Yes.
land and stuff. And a lot of our farmers, they would be considered liquid money poor, but asset rich. Like they have a lot of assets, but they just
Yes.
are liquid money poor.
Mhm.
And it's a great lifestyle. It just can get out from under you if you lose your farm economically if you don't do well. So but yeah, I wondered what say you about the idea though that veganism wouldn't work in every climate, because that's kind of something that I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna, okay, vegan. But one thing that Cougar uh, is a doomer says about that, if you can raise animals, fine without fossil fuels. But obviously, our agri businesses, our industrialized agriculture is very dependent on fossil fuels. So if you can, what is Cougar do is a doomer says, is like, see what we can do without fossil fuels. Right. If you can have a cow that's going to have like land to graze on, or I don't know what, and on top of it, it's not the healthiest diet. So, I don't, that's so we're going to have to figure out. I mean, we can grow sunflowers, so then we can grind sunflowers to become a milk, and that's what I do. And so we could do that, and what is going, we'll have to see what we can do without fossil fuels in our urban environments, because, can you have a cow and a pig and a goat? I don't, and, so anyway, and, that's, I guess, something to think about, and it's not the healthiest anyway. So that's my
Tessa, I
thoughts.
must say, I do not think your hubby's a doomer. He cheers me up because you know what? He's a brutal realist, and it actually helps me to listen to him talk. And it does. Because I
Oh, well,
see
good. Thanks, sweetie.
he really I know that sounds insane, but to me, he is speaking the grim, brutal truth. And I like the truth, even if I don't want to hear it. At least I know I'm not completely mental. I
Okay,
think
good.
he sees things in a very, very grim light, and I think he's 1,000,000,000% correct.
Okay, good, Chickpea. Thank you.
Yeah, he helps me.
But the good thing about having the grim reality, Chickpea, is that we can maybe flip it around and not have to experience all of this. Like, to me, it's the same as the Bible. Like, why would we bother having John being given revelations if it's just so we can go ahead and go through all of this crap, if there is prophecy, if that's a thing, then why not have it be so that we don't do some of this stuff? You know what I mean?
I'm not grim about my own life. I'm fine, but what I see around me and what I see coming, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Crystal, what say you about our?
I could stash away 100 years worth of sunflower seeds to live on.
Right.
Sorry,
Crystal, what say you about our situation with our diet and the potential for the global warming to become such an issue that we really have to take drastic measures?
Yeah. I don't know how people feel about this, but I would say that we need to start having food forests again, even if it's not on property we live on. Go plant some things that are kind of blended in with the forest, some fruit trees. It may take them a while to mature, but, food forests were well known like in the up to the 1800s, and then they were done away with. And there is kind of a movement to bring them back. But, and then, of course, you would need to grow some other things or else have microgreens as well, like what Tessa was saying. Microgreens are very nutrient dense, so very healthy for you. But, yeah, after I get settled someplace else, I'm going to work on growing my own things to eat, vegetables and whatever else I can grow.
Yeah, I love the food forest idea. That's kind of what permaculture is all about. The idea that you think of what would grow there naturally, how it would be, blended into, and a situation where things come back, like my raspberries, for example, they come back on their own every year and they spread around, and things that seem to do well somewhere and want to grow there, leaning into not disrupting the local environment. And I've read just about every Thomas Seeley book about bees. You spell his name Seeley. And that is all about natural beekeeping. So I'll nerd out on bees for a second. But so bees in America have something called varroa mites, and that's why most of our bees die. That and neonicotinoid pesticides that they get into that are sprayed on the monocrop farms. So, the way we keep bees, though, they've trained beekeepers to believe that bees can't survive in cold climates without this clustering behavior that they do. And in reality, they know that bees in the wild must do something else. And their survival levels, and their lack of varroa mites are unbelievable. Like in upstate New York, they followed these wild bees and they don't have varroa mites and they can survive the cold. And so that clustering behavior is only something they do in man-made hives. So we actually don't keep them or help them better than they help themselves. And so that's really interesting. And our ancestors used to follow the bee line. That's where that word comes from. And they would just gather what they needed. Again, when you get into the predatory, turning it into a company situation, that's when you start pillaging and changing things and creating problems. So in order to have some of these food sources, we need bees. And I think going back into a wild form of beekeeping, Warre hives is one type that's more natural. That would be a wonderful thing to see people doing. And you can even still have businesses. You just can't have these giant mega corporation type businesses and do this. So what do you guys think about some of that?
Oh, can I just say about what's happening in London? Here in London, strawberries, black currants, and cherries have gone into survival mode, just not growing. Apparently, the plant just stops bearing fruit because it's trying to survive. Yes, so things aren't good. Sorry.
I don't know if anyone has ever heard of shungite. It comes from the Karela region in Russia, but some beekeepers have put shungite in their beehives, and it has helped their bees to be tremendously healthy.
Interesting.
It's black, almost like charcoal looking stuff. It's black. It's hard to describe it. I have some myself. It's like a natural formation, and it only comes from Karela in Russia, that one place.
And the bees also, that's an interesting thing. They have different temperaments. So the Russian bees survive cold really, really well, but they're very feisty. Like one guy, I watched him setting up his hive, and he opened up some Russian bees, and they were just going nuts, stinging him and whatnot. And so it was kind of funny. But and also there's some scams out there. So like you'll see people selling Manuka honey, and that's from, I believe, New Zealand. And if it's real Manuka honey, it's very, very good. They use it on soldiers who have been wounded. They put it on the wounds. It helps heal them up. But there's people marketing Manuka honey, and it's really not, or it has a fraction of Manuka honey in there. Oh yeah.
Ones who have used shungite in their beehives are in the U.S. I don't really know much about the Russian bees. You know more than I on that, for sure.
Yeah, most of the ones in America are Italian bees, and they're pretty docile. Our local bees here where I live are pretty docile. You can even like run your hand along the bushes where they are and touch them, and they don't attack. So they're pretty gentle. But the Africanized bees, or what they were calling that, was really an experiment. So they took bees from Africa. Bees from Africa are they breed really quickly and really well. They're very physically strong, and they also produce more honey. So they wanted to have those benefits, but then also have the docile quality. So they mixed Italians and those, and then they got what they got. And then you have this behavior that in Africa would make sense because they have to look at threats. So you live in Africa, you have all these wild animals around you. So their behavior is different. So they couldn't breed that out of them. So they'll hear somebody from miles away, like a lawnmower. And that's why you hear these horrible stories of the bees going after like some guy that started a lawnmower, and then they just won't stop stinging them until they're shredded, which is terrifying. But, it's not their fault. They created these bees in a lab trying to get something, again, for commercial gain. Then they got something else. So if you live in northern climates, those bees can't survive. And then we have now the murder hornets, which come from Asia, and they're in like Washington State. And they can go, the stinger is like the size of a thumb, and they can go through a bee suit. And what they do is they're carnivorous. So they mash smaller bees up into like a meatball and eat them. And so they put bees at risk and beekeepers at risk. So, and again, they can't survive extreme cold, but they are here. So that's interesting. But yeah, we're being terrorized by wildlife right now.
More bees.
I haven't seen a bee for years. I haven't seen a bee wasp, ant, aphid, nothing. And it must be for years. Everything here is dead. Literally. Where I live in London, dead. And I live in a load of ground. There's a big oak tree outside. There's grass growing, bushes. Nothing to be seen. I envy you
There,
seeing it all.
I see bees and wasps here. I saw a wasp out on the porch earlier. So um,
Lucky
I do.
you.
I think the bees do need to be replenished.
Yes.
Very much so.
Heartbreaking to not see any insects. Ow, ow, ow.
You know, I noticed we saw less monarch butterflies here this year and the year before that. And kind of everything has its season. So you start learning to recognize, like, this is when the hummingbirds come, this is when the monarchs are around, and then the little yellow butterflies, whatever they are, they migrate at a certain time. And you can notice since the inception of certain things, possibly like the cloud seeding, I don't know, but also for sure the spraying of the fields, you'll see a decline in the butterflies and the bees. And that's an interesting point too. I don't know, Tessa, if you're kind of into that topic as well, but you know, Cougar Doomer, I know how he feels about how certain weather events, he says, can't be orchestrated, only the smaller ones and things like that. But Crystal and Tessa, like, I wondered if you wanted to talk about, because I know Crystal shared something interesting with me. She shared a video from, let me get my phone because that's where I have it. This gentleman named, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know his name, Crystal. You can say it while I'm looking it up.
I mean, Dane Whittington.
Yes, it's Dane Whittington,
Yeah, I watch
and
him every week. I'm one of his fans.
Chickpea watches him every week. I don't have the direct podcast on YouTube, but anyway, yeah, that last Dane Wigington video is quite profound for sure.
Yep, I'm going to drop that into the chat in case people want to look at that. And what do you feel about that, Tessa? Do you have any opinions on on weather mod or you know, any of that kind of stuff?
Weather, what was that? Weather mod? Is that what you said?
Yeah, weather modification or
well, that's terrible. Yeah, that's terrible. But I was thinking about my monarchs because I didn't see many. We planted milkweed, and we have a number of plants, and there was a couple of we saw a couple of the caterpillars. But then I had this bug. They call it a I forget. Anyway. He eats caterpillars, so he's part of the ecosystem. They said with the monarchs, but he eats the monarch caterpillars. I forget anyway. It's a name with an S. I forgot. But anyway, they kill them. Anyway, but that's that's part of life, and they did that. And but I haven't seen many. We haven't seen any, and I've been hearing that from other people in regards to the monarchs, not seeing them. And they say that they're going away. And so, that's another sad thing. But there was also sad about what Chickpea was saying, I think, was in regards to like what the cherries, the strawberries. I mean, you're having trouble with those. And then this video that we watched this morning, it was talking about the wheat crop and how bad it's been because of the heat in the UK. And so that's a big issue. But what else was I thinking? Oh, I heard this quote that I thought was inspiring. It was a neighbor of ours. It was the Biosphere, the whole Biosphere 2 program, and one of the comments, they said we needed to be not passengers on this, on our planet, but what was the concept? They said that we need to be crew members on planet Earth, crew members. So we do have to work. I mean, that's where, when the scientists say, we have, even the IPCC was saying that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said that, we need, systemic change. We need really bad change, really big change. And so what I always interpret that as being that we need to become farmers. We have to start, being crew members on planet Earth and growing things. So, and getting, that's what we have to do. We have to change our lifestyles. And then, what Chickpea says, she doesn't have land and things like that. And it is going to be hard for those people to survive. It might be just the landholders that can survive. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult time, in regards to who survives, and it's so that's just the reality, is that the earth cannot support 8.5 billion people, and the reason we have that many is because of the fossil fuels. So how many of us can survive? So we might have to, what is Cougar as a Doomer says, get to the lifeboat, and that's where, we talk about people who live in multiple housing, even here in San Jose, that they don't have land, even though I say you can grow things indoors. So being part of a community. So I think that's where we have to, work on that skill, that muscle of being part of a community for our survival. So people who live, get to know your neighbors who have food, who have land.
Yeah, and
Maybe that's
one thing I was thinking is, are you guys able to hear me? I hear like a weird echo. Do I sound
Yeah, I can
okay?
hear you. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. And now I lost my train of thought. Hey, Crystal, you went out there for a second. Did you want to respond to what Tessa was saying?
Well, anyway, while Crystal finds her voice, I agree with everything Cougar has to say, grim as it is. Every single word. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
for sure.
Sorry about that. Happens when something comes across on my phone while I'm on a panel. I apologize for that. My brother was texting me. I'm so sorry. I don't think I really got to hear everything that Tessa said, so I'll just not say anything.
No worries. She was talking about, that the landowners may be the only ones in this crisis who will have access to food, and getting to know them might be important for people in a situation like chickpea. And she talked about the UK's wheat crop doing poorly, and that I now remember what I was going to say, which is, that's another thing. In America, they really fearmonger that, if when the what hits the fan, basically, will people become violent? And so that's like a prompt for people to get guns, arm up, and be ready. Plus have your own food and everything else. But we really will need to act as a community, because what I'm thinking is, if there were a lot of violent incidents like that, then the state could step in and say, hey, I guess we just have to take what's yours and ration it out to everybody, because they're coming to steal it from you anyway. I can see things like that happening, and a lot of people are very paranoid about them forcing us into these 15-minute cities. So people that actually have gotten out of the cities and own a little bit of land are kind of in a state of realizing that they can always get something from you potentially. And that's why I wanted to bring up one thing that I'd heard about. Like, if that were to happen, we do have uninhabited wild, places out there. And we also have something that people maybe don't know about. You can actually get land for free and put housing on it right now. If you look it up, there are different places where if there's certain things you apply for and you can get it and you can do whatever you want with it. Now you'd have to live like a wild bushman, but you could do it if you wanted to. But what do you guys think about, the idea that people will turn on each other, and how do we prevent that?
On what Tessa was saying, I think she is right. There's actually a nursery down the street from me. So they sell flowers and trees and all this type of thing. But they also grow food down there. And it is literally about 1 or 2 blocks from my house. I can walk down there. They have farm fresh eggs, which means these are eggs that are not washed with water like commercial eggs are. So these eggs you get from them, you could actually can them, so to speak. You put them in lime in a jar and preserve them, and they will last for a really long time. But these eggs last so much longer than what you buy in a store. And you can't really preserve the ones you buy from a store, because once they've been washed with water, that washes off all the protective coating off the shell. But yeah, I think she's right. I mean, we really do have to do for ourselves as well. Even if we do one of those big, tall vertical planters and put some lettuce and tomatoes and just some basics in it, or whatever we can do. And yes, I do think people would turn against each other. if it comes down to it, people are going to take whatever they want from others who do have it. So everyone should keep that in mind as well.
What do you think, Chickpea? I know your outlook is going to be that people will just absolutely rip each other limb from limb for
Yes.
the last tomato, right?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Cougar says. He thinks it's going to be a mass die-off. And I agree with him 100%. And insofar as the 15-minute cities are concerned, I live in a 15-minute city, literally already. And I'm totally dependent upon supermarkets like the rest of us are here. So when the supermarkets run out, I'm screwed. Simple as that. Most of us here are.
See,
It's
I feel like
grim.
people that have already gotten out of the situation
Yeah,
like
there's no
that,
way out. Yeah.
they're going to feel very they're the ones that are going to be the most resentful and resistant of the state taking control of them that way, and they're going to look at it that way. um, some people have had to work many years and they put everything
Yes.
into getting out of that
Yes.
situation, so they're going to be like, hell no, you're not putting me in your 15-minute city if I have to go live out in the
Yes.
woods, illegally. I
I'm
would do it.
already in one, but I'm in my 70s. I'm too old to start again. So I have looked for property, but I cannot find a property with a bit of land. Can't even get one with what the resources I have. Can't get any.
So
Well,
if
I
you
was
guys
thinking, I was just one thing I was thinking about in Cougar's book. It was 100 Days, where he talks about life without fossil fuels. And one of the things he says, I haven't really read the book. I'm waiting for him to put it on audio so I can listen to it. But I think one of the things was in regards to this whole issue. Well, I think in terms of the violence issue, the more we get to know our neighbors, that would be helpful in terms of breaking down the walls between us. So I think we're safer if we know each other and are friends with each other and communicate with each other. And just I think that would be helpful to what is it called, foster a non-violent society without guns, which would be my choice. And so anyway, so that was that. But I was thinking about in the story that or maybe something that we've talked about, is that in the urban environments, I think our governments will provide, that, and that is the benefit for somebody like, Chickpea, that when you're living out in the more rural areas, it's going to be hard to provide. And so, where food could come in, I mean, I see it with the food banks just here in San Jose. There's lots of food that comes in and locally here. And so I think there is benefit still to being in the 15-minute city, because I think resources will be more easily provided if the government, gets to that place where they would provide. So that's the benefit of living in the urban core, is that resources will be more likely provided to that core versus out in the rural areas. And also the
You
rural
could be
areas
right.
are more,
Yes.
well, the last thing was the rural areas are more dependent on fossil fuels to get around and things like that. So that's going to be a problem for them as well.
True. Chickpea, do you want to say something?
Yes, Tessa could be right in that. Maybe us in the 15-minute cities will be okay. God only knows. I don't know how all this is going to pan out. I do know that they want the masses off the land. I know that that's part of the whole great reset that they're planning on putting upon us. Well, I'm already, I'm just a stone's throw from the city of London, so I'm right in the middle of it all, and maybe it will be okay here. God only knows. I suppose I'll find out one day. It's my cats I'm worried. You know what, Emily? I have got piles and piles of cat food stashed away. Piles of it.
Like, even if you're not all right, they're going to be eating well.
Yeah,
Is that right?
They'll be
I'm
fine.
like that too. I have a cabinet full of Eames, and it's like, and I also buy a toy every freaking time I go off on a work trip. So he's got an insane amount of toys. So
Yep,
yes,
they're gonna be
I get it.
fine.
But yeah, one thing I was thinking about what she was saying that made me kind of pivot into politics, like I always do mentally, is that when you look at the MAID, the assisting in death programs, and you look at people who are elderly and who are sort of ill or sickly, young people who are a burden on the state. You just don't want a situation where they start culling us. And I think that's what's fostered American mentality of complete independence being always an option. We never want that taken away. Even if we have, communitarianism in some capacity and social programs, we want to always be able to opt out and have our own thing. And she's right, Tessa, about the rural people relying heavily on fossil fuels to get into the city when they need to get things and stuff like that. So to me, the way around that would be some sort of, like she's talking about, getting to know your neighbors. If you had almost an intentional community type thing, not where everybody's pooling their resources and living in a commune, but where you have the community really knowing one another and assisting, like one person's really good at doing this thing. They're good at, growing fruit or fishing, and then the other person is a doctor or whatever. You really could create these kinds of communities where your needs were met right there. Not in a 15-minute city that the state designed, but in something that you designed. And I feel like every time people have tried to do that, they come after them, say they're a bunch of wackadoodle-doos, and sometimes they are, but sometimes they're not, and they try to stop them. And what do you guys think about that? What do you think about the idea that people who have ever tried to do that independently are stopped?
Yeah, I know they do stop them. I know that where I live. Yeah. I live in a very highly controlled area, I must admit, but I'm sucked in this, yeah.
Well, I don't think that's true. I was thinking, even the city of San Jose, they most recently we have a farm called the Emma Prussian, that they were the government, our mayor and our council members, and they were talking about food security. And so that was enlightening to see that, and hopeful, and to hear that from our politicians. And so I think that fear that they're not going to let us have our I mean, the thing is, even in the city of San Jose, I don't think there's any rules for us not to grow food everywhere. Some communities, I guess, say you can't grow in the front yard, you have to have a lawn or something like that. And we don't have. I don't feel like we have that. I mean, and so I don't think that. And they're like I say, even our politicians are talking about food security, and so I think these are different times, in that I don't think that we have to worry that we can't become self-sufficient, or village life, as they as Cougar calls it, village life, and I say where all our needs are met by ourselves and our neighbors. I mean, that's what we have to go towards. And so I don't think that anybody would stop us from doing that. So.
And before Crystal, I just want to ask you, because Cougar is saying a couple things about time. Fiction can offer examples, but we don't have decades long for a cultural change. So how long, time-wise, do you think we have?
Oh, I think by 2030 it's going to be very serious. But I was going to mention, I don't know if you all remember Ruby Ridge, Randy Weaver. Yeah, I actually met Randy Weaver. We went to a gun show, and he happened to be there at the gun show. And, I spoke to this man who had lost his wife and his son because of what happened there. Was that Idaho? I think it was in Idaho.
Yes.
So
I have an autographed book from a gun show as well. So same experience.
We had him autograph a book as well. But he was trying to live independently and off grid and all these things like that. And he told me that they tricked him. He got tricked into just doing something that he really didn't want to do. And then that's what started that whole thing. I mean, it was just like a domino effect, evidently. But that was very sad. And I mean, we know that some people do get harassed for trying to not be part of the system. I mean, Randy Weaver's children, they weren't vaccinated, they were homeschooled, they were totally out of the system.
Yep. Yeah, I remember hearing it was Rachel, I believe. She said because she was the one that was born on the mountain, so she'd never been in a school before, and she said, the noise in the cafeteria, her mind just could not handle, because they'd lived in a completely natural environment, and they would do things like watch bugs burrow and follow animals around, and so yeah, that was that industrialized life was a shock to the system when they had to deal with it. And the tricking had to do with guns. So they had gotten an undercover agent to get him to make some guns. The length makes it legal or illegal. And he said the length was legal, actually, as it turns out. Might be why he got $3 million after they did everything that they did there. But they tried to get him to become an informant and infiltrate some group, and he refused. And then they went after him.
Exactly. Yeah, he said it was over the gun. They had talked him into cutting the end of one off or something. But yeah, all because he wouldn't sell out his soul,
Cougar's right again, I'm afraid. He just said it, 99% will fail, and I'm going to be one of them. I know it.
Tessa, I wondered if you have any insight, because you and Cougar have, you share space there. I wondered, like time-wise, do you guys have a timeline on how long you think we have?
Well, I guess I think we don't have any time. If we look at about what is going on in our world right now, what is it? They said, well, in the United States, we had 90 fires going. Now it's over 100 fires going, and so. And then you have the smoke from the fires, and it's becoming uninhabitable in so many places. And so, how much time do we have? I don't think we have any time. And then even one of my friends, my neighbor, she says it takes 10 years to grow good soil, and so we really just have to get and to know our neighbors, and so it takes a long time to do that, and to do anything, to build a village, and to build even to be able to grow food. It takes a lot of time to learn how to do it. I mean, I'm doing it. It's not easy, So I don't think we have much time to. And then that's what we're hearing is like with the UK losing food security, and not being able to grow the crops, the wheat, and so and where I'm hearing that even in Fresno, where it's so hot, where we get a lot of our fruits that come to the farmers market, the farmers are saying it's been too hot, and so there's a lot of impacts that we're already experiencing. I mean, we might not know that, but it is happening, and so I think there's no time to waste, I guess, to get
Indeed.
good at growing food, and there's so many benefits to it, and it just in terms of being stewards, with our insect apocalypse. So there's no time but to start growing food and flowers for the pollinators and things like that. So I think we're out of time.
And Frank was asking, is the growing hard because it takes time or because it takes effort? I mean, I'm assuming both.
Both, right? Yeah. Yeah. And skill, to know how to do it all, to make it work, to learn how to make it work. So
yes,
it's an experiment that you have to keep working on.
That's another thing that the natural versus unnatural world got. We kind of have this expectation of, being able to do something right when we want to do it. But whenever you look at something like from a natural standpoint, like even an example would be somebody recovering from an illness when they've been in the hospital. I remember with my mom, the doctor said, for every day she was in the hospital, it's like 3 days of recovery time to rebuild your strength. And when you're in the hospital for months and months, that's a long time, but it does happen. And the same thing goes with, like you said, soil. Like I worked on the soil where I live. I added earthworms, I added ladybugs, I added ironite, added all these things, and eventually it was really good. But that takes, it was years before it really was doing well. So, a lot of people look at something like that and they think, I don't have years, or I don't want to wait years. I want to do it now. So that now mentality really can't be transferred over into that type of lifestyle. You know what I mean? Yeah, growing food is a full-time job. You can never leave home. Um,
I do love Cougar because he always comes out with the grim, brutal truth, and I like that.
in a way, he's right. You have
No,
to, like,
he's
every
100%
day,
right.
you have to water the plants every day, and you have to tend to everything every day, or it just goes to hell.
It's a heavy full-time job. I mean, it's great if you've got it all done, but to start off, it's heavy duty
I
work.
always say it's like a backdoor. I say, encouraging my neighbors to grow food as I talk to everybody and saying, what do I say? How's your victory garden against our climate crisis? And that's what they used to do in World War II. Here in America, I've heard, is that the women would go around, asking people how their victory garden was going as we were on a war footing. And, then, you have donate medals or whatever it was that was required. And so we, need to be on a war footing. But what was I going to say? I was saying about gardening is that growing food is a full-time job, and it's a backdoor to not burning fossil fuels, because you can't go places. You can't just be flying off to Europe and going to, I don't know where my girlfriend's going for 10 days, So, that's, and you hear so many of the seniors that are, the way their lifestyle is built about, traveling. And, so it's like, okay, we have to, right, have a different, it's all systemic change that we have to make. And it is about staying home. And that's where I would always appreciate COVID, because COVID was a concurrency of voices, or I don't know what the expression was, but that there was, it was a similar solution, was to stay home. So when you have the same solution, it confirms the reality of our reality, then the benefit of not, even going into the stores and being outside and, those type of things confirm the same thing. Like with our climate crisis, is the same things we have to do, which is, stay, start growing our food, and how much more healthier it would be, even in terms of COVID, it kept us away from people, which was good, and staying outside. So anyway, that was it. It was a back door to not burning fossil fuels, is taking care of plants and that type of thing.
One cultural thing I think it did too, that would be ironically good. I don't think the terrorizing aspect of it was good, but people realizing, and they didn't want them to have it for too long, but you know, what if all of this just stopped? What if you just didn't go to that office? And then they started realizing, once they had to make them do stuff from home, oh, everything that I'm being made to leave my home and do, I could do much more comfortably, just as well, if not more efficiently, from home. Why do I have to commute and buy gas and go to that box to go do it there? And, it was really hard. And some people have never recovered to try to make people get back into that rat race. They think, the trade-off isn't worth it. Once they got to actually like be with their kids in their own home and stuff, they weren't willing to trade that off. And some of them also started realizing, where do I want to be if we were ever locked in? Do I want to be where I am right now, or do I want to be somewhere else? And some people made some big changes, and then some people involuntarily, due to the economic crisis, had to make changes that weren't really their choice. But you reminded me of something that I thought of about caring for elders and caring for animals and all this kind of stuff. And, just the way people are starting to realize, like I read that it was 40%, I believe, of people now consider themselves politically independent. And I know I way back there said that, and a lot of people would balk at that. They'd be like, well, that's just helping one side or the other win because they have more people. But now we have 40% independent, 27 Dems, and 27 Repubs. Those are the percentages we're at. So, that being said, I think we will see the potential for the first time in history to bust that, two-party system. But unfortunately, we don't want to bust it with something stupid. And I think that's what unfortunately can happen. But people know, like when the Squarespace CEO said something like, what did they say? Trying to remember that quote, but it was something, oh yeah, they said that you should be willing, if you can't get a job, a young person, to work like for free long and hard until you get a break in the door or whatever. And, that mentality, while, we have people gobbling up, thousands, hundreds of thousands of acres of land like Bill Gates, and then somebody else needs to, and a lot of people, I don't think it's wrong to, have that striving mentality. You don't start at the top, you have to work. Okay, that's great. I think people should be hardworking and earn what they get. But to try to make somebody, start on the level of a dog and crawl their way up with no help, with no, no, end in sight to the suffering, maybe you'll be lucky enough to afford to rent an apartment from a landlord, and then maybe you'll be lucky enough to, it's that kind of thing. And with the astronomical cost of things now, like back when I did some things for myself, I look at it now and I think I wouldn't be able to do that now. I'm glad I did it when I did it. So people are in that situation and they resent it, and rightly so. Even if they work 3 jobs and go to school, the school debt they're going to have is astronomical. They'll just never be out from under the stress. Used to, people dreamed of turning 60 and being free, but now it's like they won't even have that. Like Ben Shapiro, like, why don't you work till you're whatever he said, 80 or something. So what do you think about, like, you talked about getting to know our neighbors and stuff, like just the whole way our culture is in this country is so, and then I'm going to flip that with something in a minute, because I did see some wonderful stories. I don't think that's what people are really like, and it's not what they want this country to be like. But because of the need to survive, and then the way that predatory people have made it difficult, and more difficult, and it turns people into these like sharks towards each other. So what do you think we're going to do to bust that situation in half?
Oh, one thing you were saying, Emily, that was good. Like you said something about taking care of our elders, and it made me think about that we, Cougar and I took my mother in to live with us in her last year of her life, and I always liked this quote that I read somewhere that it was like, burdens are good. It's good to have a burden, and it was like you were saying, that's a whole different sociological change that we've made, that we put our seniors in assisted living, and that's where my mother was until anyway, it's a long story, but we took her out of there, and that the ghettoization of our elders and our children as well. But just getting back to the elders, is that we used to take care of our elders, and that was and a lot of people now, a lot of white people will say, oh, I don't want to be a burden to my kids, but actually that, I don't know what that sound is, but that burden is good for us. That it really is a good thing for us, and it's a long, it's sort of like the back door to not burning fossil fuels, because like even compared to my sister, who wanted my mother to be in assisted living because she wanted to travel and all that stuff. So it's like having that burden keeps us home, taking care of each other, and we've we don't do that anymore. And so that's another thing about our lifestyle of being burdened, so that we, just like growing food is a burden, and
You cut out, Tessa.
what is it, we're not passengers, we're crew members. Anyway, that was it.
Right. Do you guys want to weigh in on that, Crystal or Chickpea?
I just wanted to mention from the previous subjects earlier, there are 2 girls on YouTube who came together. They're good friends. And because they were such good friends, they've been able to do this unbelievably. But about 5 years ago, they bought themselves a piece of property, and they have built that property up all by themselves almost. I mean, they saw everything. They have built buildings. Their first initial thing was a small type of, prefabbed building. That's what their structure is. But they have made their own chicken house. They have made their own outside bathroom, and, that has a shower in it. They've done all this themselves. They grow their own food. They can items. They have herbs. They've done it all. It's called Hey Wanderer is the name of their channel. And I greatly admire those 2 young girls. And of course, the things that, this is based on that same Ringing Cedars Russian principle. When you become an established with your own garden and stuff, you can can things and sell them or you can sell things, your overage from your garden. That also helps you to have an income source yourself as well, besides feeding yourself, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I always look at all the seeds they give me and I'm like, this is, if I would just pot all of these and you sold them and you know what they sell for, you could make quite a bit of money. So Chickpea, you want to weigh in on any of that?
Well, yes, it's all to do with land, isn't it? When you've got land, you are the master of your own destiny. Without land, you're a slave, literally. If you don't own any land and have to sell your soul, well, your work to get a bit of whatever, you're a slave. It's sad, brutal reality, unfortunately. I'm not saying I'm a slave, by the way, Emily. I've had a very easy life. I don't own any land, but I've just been lucky, I guess.
Chickpea, I would encourage you to still keep looking for a piece of property. Don't give up.
You know what, Chris? I'm still looking, Chris. I still go through all the estate agents, but it's very, very hard to find a little place that's got a bit of a garden in, and it's literally impossible. I know this is the UK. Things are different. Yes, if I moved right to the north of Scotland, I could, but I don't know. Because the thing is, I am a little old lady on her own, so I've got to stay near civilization because of my age. If I was young, if I'd had the resources when I was young, I would have moved up the Shetland Islands, but it's the way it's all just panned itself out.
I'm having faith something will come to you, Chickpea. I'm having faith.
I'll be all right, don't worry. I'm in a 15-minute city. I'll be fine. I'm in a 15-minute city right by London Central, right by the city. I'll probably be okay, actually. They probably will fill the supermarket still, and it will be people on the land that will have the problems. And that could quite possibly actually happen. I do have leasehold land I could potter around on, but that land, it's strange. But like I said, I agree with what Cougar has to say. So I think globally, I think things are bad. I agreed with everything Tessa husband had to say. Every single last word. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so grim.
No worries. I was going to share my screen, but it's like blocking it. So I'll go ahead and just read this to you guys. But it's got a nice picture attached to it. But let me pull it up and I'll read it because this kind of ties into mentalities. It's a Chinese proverb. It says, a crooked tree lives its own life, but a straight tree is turned into wood. Because you bringing up slaves made me think about this. So the idea behind it was behind writings from Zhuangzi. I might be saying that wrong, and I probably am. One of the central thinkers of Taoism in the 4th century before Common Era. And this famous story tells of a large twisted tree that carpenters ignore because its wood is unsuitable for construction.
Oh, wow.
So because it's considered useless, the tree isn't cut down and it survives to live out its natural life.
That's like me.
Yes.
I'm a crooked tree. I really am. I've got rheumatoid arthritis. I'm a really screwed up tree.
Yep. And in the Taoist thought, being useful by conventional standards can make a person vulnerable to exploitation, control, and exhaustion. And those who are unconventional, overlooked, or unwilling to fit society's expectations may instead preserve their freedom and live on their own terms. So that's kind of, it's an
Emily,
interesting
that's
thing.
Weird.
Isn't it?
I should tell you something, Emily. I haven't worked. When I was 40, the RA hit, and I was thrown off the treadmill, and I haven't worked since. That's 32 years. And when I look back on it all, it's been a blessing in disguise. And
I was thinking also about people that have like this oppositional defiant type of behavior, and people always, want to stop them from that. And I'm not saying that it's not sometimes problematic, but in a way, it's a defense mechanism for, let's just put it in really like street thug terms of you don't want to become somebody's bitch, like the state or the system or a company. So it is a way where people probably learn early on, and maybe it's an intelligence or a skill, regardless of IQ, that someone has, where they realize if I comply and I'm useful to this person, I won't get out from under their thumb.
Gosh, but the whole thing about the child, that's a clever little proverb, isn't it? I love that. And I remember that. A nihilist. Yeah, I am. I'm a little
Isn't
nihilist.
that cute? You're an adorable little nihilist who believes nothing matters but cats.
Thank you, Frank.
The gnarled tree offers no
Oh,
place
that's
for the
really
lumberjack's
cheered me up to
American
hear
soul.
that. That is
Ooh, I
so
love that.
good.
I love that way to phrase that. No
Yeah.
place to land their axe. Absolutely.
Yeah, that is such a lovely proverb.
So another thing that's happening, just it's kind of a weird pivot, but Argentina just allocated 100,000 hectares of land to Israel, and that's a betrayal of the Argentinian people, I would say. Um, and we know, who is behind that, which companies fund and are involved with, Javier Milei. And yeah, and we have a lot of things going on in this country with the merging of certain aspects of our military. Um, and it was interesting to see Marjorie Taylor Greene talk to Bill Maher, actually. And they had a very friendly conversation because Bill Maher is very pro Israel, but, he was citing the difference between, that Trump is definitely not an anti Israel guy and not racist or neo Nazi or anything like that. But, uh, you know, uh, other people like Nick Fuentes are. And I think he finally acquiesced that Marjorie Taylor Greene's criticism of Israel is not in the line of, anti-Jewish talk. Because when someone like, I know a lot of people bringing up the Rothschilds, for example, but the Rothschilds are, it would be like bringing up Trump. I'm white and Trump's white, but I'm not attacking white people when I bring up something that's wrong with him. So wrong with a policy or something that he's supporting or doing that I don't like. So that, same thing with Biden or somebody like that, who I would have absolutely no use for. So when somebody says this Jewish person over here is doing this thing, that's kind of the same kind of thing, especially if there's any type of supremacy involved. And there is Jewish supremacism, just like there's white supremacism. And there are people into black supremacism. So I think it's kind of interesting to see some of these open dialogues happening between people that are on every side of the fence there. And that brings me to the topic of nationalism. So nationalism gets a bad name, and sometimes rightly so. If you're a nationalist and you're wanting to be, people equate that with fascism, which it can be if that's what you want your nation to be. But I would say, a constitutional republic, you could be in a constitutional republic and be obviously a nationalist. And I think, especially the first time around when people elected Trump, that's what they thought they were electing. Someone that's not going to get us involved in a bunch of foreign wars for lining the pockets of the elite. And someone who, is going to do something about student debt and going to do something about, evening the playing field for people that are legal citizens versus people, being able to compete and maybe get one over on someone that's worked here all their life. And people resent things like that. And they also, wanted single payer health insurance. And instead it turned into quite another thing. What say you guys about how, to me, nationalism plays into also being a good neighbor. It's kind of like, minding your own home and your own business helps create a better community because you're not in the business of everybody else. You're not trying to take from anyone and you're not trying to influence anyone, but you do expect where your sovereignty begins and ends to, be able to take care of your own, so to speak. And the only time you'd ever interfere with somebody else is if they're interfering with you. What are your guys' opinion on politics and on those kinds of things?
Well, I live in the most diverse place in the UK, probably the most diverse place in the entire planet, actually. I mean, there's all sorts where I live. I love diversity, but I find it very, very sad to see the indigenous population becoming a minority group, and it breaks my heart. And I am a foreigner myself. I come from Holland, so I'm not English. I'm not a Londoner. But apart from that, I don't really mind.
And what about you guys, Crystal or Tessa?
Well, I'm one of the least politically, involved people probably than most. I think politics is just kind of a mess, really.
What about you, Tessa?
I say, it's one thing that Kruger says is that we're not supposed to talk about politics, economics, or religion, only physics. So I guess that's the physics, is that we have to go to zero. That's a lot to grapple with, is having ourselves go to zero fossil fuels. That's a lot of work to focus on. That's what I think about it. And that gives you relief not to think about politics. Such a mess. And it's such a diversion, really. I mean, even the whole thing, with Trump and stuff everything he does is not our whole country. Well, that the western part of our country is on fire. The middle part is trouble with tornadoes and hell deciding what they have. That's in the news. Losing power, and he's not addressing it at all, and that's because he's a denialist, and so a lot of everything that's going on is a distraction as far as I'm concerned.
Right. So yeah, we could go a little bit longer, and then we'll open it up because I didn't have as much planned. Did you guys want to pivot into anything in particular?
Yes, I want to ask you all something actually.
Okay.
Dreaming. Okay. So I'll tell you something weird about myself. I've never had a bad dream in my entire life. It's never happened. I have beautiful, beautiful dreams. Always have, and I'm always happy. I wake up to my miserable little grim self, and I sometimes actually burst into tears. Have any of you experienced that ever?
On the last show, I remember telling you, like I have had nightmares before, like really bad ones too, and I've even had dreams that I think were my subconscious trying to help me, or and you could put a religious connotation on them. But like, I remember when I was a child, my mom had a friend that she met at the YMCA, and I did not like this lady. Now on the surface, she was fine, but like they were friends. But then I had this horrible, but I kind of had an undercurrent of like not trusting her. And then I had this horrible all night dreams about this lady over and over again.
Oh, wow.
And turns out she was some kind of weird criminal or something. And we found out about it later. So maybe my brain was trying to tell me, or something supernatural, who knows. But so there's those kind of things. I also had a person I worked for one time. I had a dream about them. Like they turned around and looked like a demon in the dream.
Oh my goodness.
And later on, like they were like a really bad person. And
all right.
So, I feel like dreams are either, it could be something warning us of something, or it's our subconscious mind. But yeah, I've had bad dreams, and I've just had straight up nightmares after seeing something horrible on TV. And they seem really real when you're having them. I've also had super pleasant dreams where you wish you hadn't woken up because it was so great,
I have those a lot, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's funny, Chick, because I feel like you talk about your childhood trauma and stuff. And I feel like maybe these dreams that are like, there's something within you that is going into a world that's the one you should be in, and not the one that you're experiencing when you're awake. Like,
yes.
Part of your brain.
Yeah. Yes. Because I've got nothing to be miserable about, and I haven't really.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And our brains are very psychedelic, like in terms of like there's something in there that we don't even understand everything in there. And maybe it's like a little universe where you're tapping into the part of it that's that you need when you're sleeping, maybe.
Wow.
Like
yes, I'm always happy. I have lovely, happy dreams. I wake up and sometimes I burst into tears because I'm awake again in the real world. And I'm not in a horrible world. It's actually my own stupid mind.
Well, that's sad though. I wish you could merge the experiences. Say, how about you, Crystal or Tessa? What about your dreams?
Whenever I was younger, I used to have like precognitive dreams, and I thought that it was just my imagination because I would have these deja vu feelings like, this is so familiar. And then one time I had a dream that actually happened word for word. Everything was exactly like what my dream was. And then I knew that I had already dreamed that prior to when it happened. And I kind of like put a wall up and I shut that down because I was very young and had no one to, kind of turn to with this kind of thing. So I actually put a wall up, which was very bad for me because it didn't come down until I was an adult.
How about you, Tessa? Are you around, Tessa?
Yeah, I'm here, but you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
I was just, yeah, I was, well, I don't know what we were talking about with dreams, but I remember the only thing I was thinking about is when I was a kid, I would have this recurring dream where I'd be walking in my neighborhood and then there'd be like some cloth over something and it would grab me and bring me down underneath the earth and then there'd be people down there or something like that. And I was just trying to think if that was a premonition of my wanting a community, an alternative community to my family, which is part of my life trajectory is as I grew up in New York and here I am in California. But also maybe a premonition to, village life, just I hope, I don't know if it was anything to do with that. But anyway, it was that's my only dream is village life. I that makes me, feel I like the thought of life without fossil fuels. I think that that it could be a renaissance of people, really, knowing your neighbors and working together. That's I think that's neat. And so, we could, even though we talk about living without fossil fuels, but it's been a whole brainwash to think we needed those. What is it? The railroad companies that, encourage, what is it? Even the city of San Jose has at their airport, go somewhere or something, I mean, we don't need to be doing that. And even the building of the airport was the whole promotion was, stop being hillbillies and become to the modern world. And then we got an airport in our made, in the middle of our city. And so, yeah. Anyway, and how much nicer, like what does Cougar say? The world is destined to be a much quieter place. And I look forward to that as noise. What do we call it? A noise apocalypse and air pollution, all the things that are really ugly about our world. So living without
Thank
fossil fuels is a
you.
is a dream, even though I know it's going to be hard, but you there?
Were you trying to say something, Chickpea?
No, I was going to say
Did I
thank you,
lose
Tessa.
everybody?
Mixed up between Crystal and Tessa.
What happened? I don't know.
But
Hey, Frank.
Are
I
you
always
there?
love what
Where's
Tessa has to say and what her
where's
husband has
that?
to say. Yeah.
Oh, what was that? Oh, that's
Grumpy
the
old me.
coffee. Okay.
Oh, grump bag.
Oh, okay.
I am.
Hey, Frank, how you doing? I opened it up early because after being sick, I only had like limited plans. I have a few other things we can talk about, but my sharing screen wasn't working too great.
Okay,
So I'm going to go ahead
blessings.
and let everybody up.
Mic check. Salutations and greetings, Chickpea, Tess,
Hi,
Crystal,
guys.
and Emily. Yeah, thank you for allowing us to be here. Yeah, someone had mentioned that it usually goes about an hour before you open it up. I was thinking it was somewhere around there.
It's usually two, but I'll go ahead and do one because not only can I not share my screen, but I also didn't have a whole lot. So yeah, the more the merrier. And we have a more ladies than we even normally do. Sometimes it's just the Emily and Crystal show. So this is great. So yeah, what did you guys want to add to things? And also Frank, we have our other Frank. How you doing?
Good. Totally forgot to put my wig on.
Oh, okay. Yep.
You know, I'm
Got the
old enough to
joke
be Frank's granny. I am.
Wow.
I'm old enough to be his gran.
Yeah,
Whee!
welcome, Frank. We got a pair of Franks. I
All
wanted to
right.
add something, if I may, about
Sure.
dreaming. Yeah,
Yeah.
so if you haven't, I would suggest reading Robert Bruce's book, Astral Dynamics. Not sure if at all you're familiar with it, but it gives a really good presentation, scientific analysis of the dreaming mind and the waking mind and how they interact with each other. Yeah, so Astral Dynamics by Robert Bruce, a really good one. But
Ooh.
something you had mentioned earlier, if I may, you had mentioned a Taoist quote, and you started with the idea of eliminating things from your life. And that's a very Taoist philosophy, right? Like every day you do away with something. I would say, as far as the reference to politics, it spurred my idea that Lao Tzu also said in the Tao Te Ching that managing the people is like cooking small fish. And so just don't agitate them too much. That's the best idea. I would say strip it back, remove most of the legislation, and return to more fundamental principles like the Constitution and congressional oversight over the money printing. I wanted to mention in lieu with this that the more power the government gets, the more they're likely to kill us. There was a really wonderful study written by RJ Rummel on hawaii.edu/power kills. And he coined the term democide, meaning that absolute power kills and power kills and absolute power kills absolutely. So yeah, decentralization of power is super important, I would imagine.
Let me make a quick correction though. Dreams are not science.
No, I said he made a scientific analysis of the dreaming
Okay,
mind and the
yeah.
waking mind.
This is a psychological and science-based study. So when somebody
Isn't
has
power illusory? So, like, isn't it just like you're only giving it power by giving it the energy that you're expressing at this very moment?
can
In
be
relation
interpreted
to,
that way.
I think she mean. Do you mean Vera? Hi, by the way. Do you mean in
Hey.
relation? I'm glad you came up. Do you mean in relation to the centralized government? Is that the part you were referring to?
All of the above,
Okay.
if that makes any sense.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Which part?
The
First
entire
part,
part.
the second part? So, power is illusory, right? You can attain it, but it's literally like there's no physical, constraints, okay? Like, you submit to the authority, so therefore that is what gives it power.
So you mean power in the sense of hierarchy? Oh, you were muted.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Unless I am wrong, but I'm trying to understand where the word power comes from because I don't know what you mean. But okay, so you mean that?
Well, because you were saying absolute power corrupts absolutely, or corporate power corrupts absolutely, if you want to get technical, because it's all related back to Rome, because all roads lead to Rome, right?
And that is why you need hierarchy.
To use the roadways, etc., etc. So you submit to authority, and it is a learned behavior, and therefore you continue to do it. Just like if you were to vote. I haven't voted in years, but the one time I did vote, I'm sorry to say that it was mostly Republicans that I was trying to,
I watched the
because
documentary.
even though my family, when I lived on the East Coast, they were Democrats, I kind of flip-flopped after I was a libertarian for a little while, and I think I was going for Gary Johnson. That's who I was going for. I was promoting Gary Johnson. I had buttons and all that freaking ridiculous nonsense.
Not Epstein. What's that guy who runs Russia?
Putin.
Putin's power is not imaginary. He has got power, big time power, and he has.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Fair enough. That's global
No,
power.
he doesn't. He doesn't. He really doesn't. All he does is have money. He has money. Money is not power.
You'd be dead tomorrow.
I think what Chick
The
is
only
alluding
thing
to
that
is violence, because violence is what's enforcing the power.
Well, violence is only around because of money.
I can explain that really simple because this is how Putin works. Moscow holds power, the rest of the country does not, and that is the entire engagement how Putin works. Because the soldiers that he recruits come from the outskirts. Moscow, if he keeps the people happy in Moscow, there isn't an issue because he made a vow to the people: if you don't interfere in politics, then I will make your life easier, and that is essentially how he works.
People get bodied and like they get paid $200 or $20 million to make these people just disappear. Okay, so like let's focus on like what the stakes at hand. Like not the stakes, but let's not get to political.
If Putin wanted me dead, he could have me dead within half an hour if that's what he wanted. And he could. He's got
If
power.
ifs and buts were candy and nuts, I would be in business. I would be in the business.
If a man wanted me dead, he could have me dead in an hour. That is power, and it is.
Before we go down
I'm
this
sorry you're
trail,
living in fear. I'm really sorry that is the case, because that's what you're showing me right now with your behavior.
One moment, ladies. One moment. Let's welcome Dom. Hi. Nice to see you. Set scales.
To think no one's got power.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Doing good. Let's let Dom chime in a sec. Dom, did you have anything you wanted to address that's been said, or a new thing to talk about?
No, I haven't really been paying attention.
No worries.
It sounds like politics in Russia.
Yeah. I don't think we have to draw. I don't think we have to use Putin as an example. Any of them could be used as an example of someone that could end you.
I can assure you, those men had power over me, and they did.
Calm down. Be your cutesy self.
Deep breath.
I remember when I worked, when I was a 17-year-old girl, I was in the Navy, and I can assure you, those people had power of me. They had the power to throw me out onto the street, and they had it.
I am sure
Had
everybody
it.
believes that.
Had it.
Yeah.
Why are you still allowing them to have control over your emotions?
I'm just saying they have power over me. Of course, people have power over me.
No, they don't. You give them power.
If a man decided he wanted to murder you, he could murder you.
I think he's talking about the government. The government has the power to apply force and get away with it.
That's what she's referring to.
It's literally all over my face that a man tried to murder me. Okay,
yes,
it's literally right here.
I've had men turn on me. Yeah, I've had men turn on me. And if a man wants
just recently,
that's unfortunate.
Sorry about that. I think Chickpea, what you're talking about and what Frank was talking about, it really made, and what Vera's saying, it's interesting because a lot of people think that if you want to do anything for anyone, that you're, wanting government to take total control over everybody. And then other people think that you need to be just totally go it alone, get rid of the government. There is a happy medium, where you create a system that is of, by, and for the people, where the things that can be done communally are done communally, and then other things are left, people have their autonomy. And that's what I think Americans want. And unfortunately,
that's questionable.
We may see them swing to these extremes in the next election, which is what always happens. But, Dom, did you want to weigh in on any of that?
Can I, real quick?
Sure.
That's questionable whether or not the system works for people because of programs like MAID. Okay. And so it was tested already, and now it's being rolled out currently. And as we know, they did not have to notify anyone.
Right.
I
don't think
including the parents. So I agree they can literally put you in the memory care unit at any given time and just say, oh, well, if you were prescribed this medication previous, I think it's safe to say that you probably need to be put back on it.
And
you know what I'm saying? That's a very scary thing.
It is. Yeah, I think you might have misunderstood. I'm not saying that we have it it functioning perfectly right now or anything like that.
It's not functioning at all, and it was broken when they created it, and it's still broken, and it's never going to be repaired. So, given any authority, they will, and they are, because they're convincing people around here that this security fiduciary services, that's what you need to invest in. And as you know, they are like dismantling Social Security. So are you seeing a connection there?
Oh, you mean by wanting to have it digital?
These are services that are being offered to people in retirement communities currently right now. And they're saying, you need to invest. You need to invest in this.
That is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It is bullshit, but it's actually happening as we speak.
Mm-hmm. But that's why I was going to bring this up. I watched a documentary recently, and it was about the industrialization of railroads in America. That's why you guys have such a large immigrant Chinese population, if it's either from the east to the west. And the point was, what I was going to say is that business became so big that it was cheaper to get immigrants out there to work on those railroads than Americans. Because the concept is essentially what I'm saying is that Americans apparently didn't matter at that point. It was just a large scale industrial thing. And it always happens, just as you were just explaining, is that it's always about capitalism, because that is what America essentially is, one big business. And it's the entirety of the world. That is how that hierarchy works. It's always been about businesses.
And
Emily,
since
I'd
yep.
love if you could articulate the rest of your point. It seemed to be a little bit truncated, and I would agree with you that there needs to be a balance between social safety nets and independence and charity. But
Oh,
yeah, I don't
definitely.
think you finished. You weren't able to articulate your point fully.
Yeah, I kind of thought I would cut it off so other people could speak, but I definitely think that, I personally, this is a personal opinion, I think AOC, Alexandria Cortez, is an idiot, but I think they're going to trot her out as a socialist, and it's going to be a disaster. And the flip side is you're going to have your some kind of person pretending to be a man of the people on the right, and it's going to be a big joke. And I don't know if I trust the people trying to start a third party right now, Joe Kent, Thomas Massey, and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Please.
Verbiage wise, I love everything that they're saying. But we've seen that before. We've seen it with our current president before. So, a real revolution would really come out of the people. And that's, representative government and the way that we have a corporatocracy. They're all bought and paid for. That's the problem. Now, who's to say that these people haven't had an honest, ethical change of heart and they really are trying to start an independent party that's going to do what it should do? I may give them a chance myself, but at the same time, I'm not, going to have blind faith in it. But that being said, that is what we need. We need, I believe in a constitutional republic with the right to be autonomous from the system if you want to be in private property, but kind of a communitarian type of thing where, for example, higher education is we pool our resources to make that free for everyone. We pool our resources to have great healthcare for everyone. Someone just said the other day, we spent 100 years begging for a healthcare plan in this country and never got it, but we got data centers in a matter of no time at all approved. So it's pretty obvious where whose interests are being served. So that's what we need is communitarianism mixed with a free market, and I think it absolutely could happen.
What do you know about the laboratory testing resources that I have here? One of them is called 5 Strands. Have you ever heard of it?
I haven't. What is that?
So 5 Strands provides a simple test to identify the source of allergy symptoms for people or pets. The non-invasive test uses bioresonance technology to detect intolerances or imbalances. Only a small hair sample is needed to test up to 900 items, including 600 food items like gluten, wheat, dairy, lactose, and nuts, and 190 environmental intolerance items such as pollen and dust mites. Lab results are provided in an extensive, easy-to-understand report that is divided into short, easily manageable sections that allow users to understand what catalysts are producing their allergy symptoms and to what degree. The tests are affordable and results are delivered via email in 7 to 10 days after processing center receives the hair sample. There's also another one called genetic gene methylation and detox analysis, and that one, there are no fees. It's a donation-based service. And they third-party analysis, interpretation, and reports for raw consumer genomic data obtained from DNA interpretation and analysis services like 23andMe. It is a donation-based service. And yeah, no fees. Like that's right up my alley because I have a job lead, but I have to travel in order to go check out the place because I called, but they don't have like a voicemail setup or anything like that.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's
I'm glad
I think it's not really up my alley. It's for a handyman position. Like I have some skills there. And I can weld a little bit, but
right. So Dom, did you want to weigh in on some of these things we've been talking about? You haven't gotten to talk yet.
Well, if I did, it would be fairly contrarian, so maybe I won't.
I don't mind contrarian. You can say whatever you'd like.
Well, it's just that, I'm an anarchist, and I think that any sort of collective service, no matter what it is that people are forced to pay into to fund for the benefit of someone else, is inherently theft, because no one has the right to force or make anyone pay for any service, regardless of any reason that they do not choose to voluntarily support.
What about GLP tox profile for toxic non-metal chemicals, or mycotox profiles that are toxic metabolites like fungi, mold that can infest buildings, vehicles, foodstuffs, blah blah blah. Like, I mean, because there are a bunch of environmental pollutants that have been linked to chronic diseases, and you can find those apparently in urine samples. 173 different toxic chemicals, including organophosphate, pesticides, phthalates, benzene, xylene, vinyl chloride, pyrethroid insecticides, acrylamide, perchlorate, diphenyl phosphate, ethanol oxide.
Yeah, that's good, but on Dom's point, let me just pivot to that real quick. So
I understand. I've known about that for 50 years. That all these
and they cause diseases like rheumatic disease, asthma, tinnitus, cancer, memory loss, vision loss, chronic fatigue, skin rashes, depression, ADHD, anxiety, liver damage.
You
don't want to know what's causing all of that dementia?
No, I think that's an interesting topic, but we're kind of on this other thing, and we can pivot into some health stuff, because I do think it's interesting and it does tie in. But yeah, just a sec. So Dom, yeah, I mean, in theory, I could agree with you, and it's kind of funny how like extreme libertarianism almost matches anarchy on that front of, you don't have the right to take anything from me that I earned, it's mine, and if I want to share it, I will, and anything else is theft. But what about things like when people decide and they, make a good faith effort, and it is their choice to say, if I needed to put out a fire, I wouldn't have the hose, I wouldn't have the manpower to come out to my house and do all of that for me. So I'm willing to give some of my money. And if everybody else gives some of theirs, we can put together a thing, fire trucks, firefighters, all that stuff we're going to need, ambulances. And so all those kinds of things are things we do because they're bigger than us, and we never know when we're going to need them. Because wouldn't there be room for that in anarchy?
Everything you just described is voluntary under your hypothetical situation.
But doesn't it require money? I mean, in this current case,
no, it requires attention and care.
I guess you could do it that way.
It's just compensation or security for spending your time and attention there. But as for what Battle Axe was saying, the fact that we got all this stuff in the air and in our bodies is a clear demonstration of the failure of the social contract and the governments to uphold their standard and duty of protecting us with the authority that we supposedly gave them.
Battle Axe, did you want to touch on some of that stuff you were talking about? No? Okay. But yeah, you're muted.
I want answers, and I want them now. And I'm tired of taking the long route. I'm tired of it. I'm sick and tired of doing the whole process of elimination of what is causing, the skin rash and because when I had this reconstructive surgery on the 5th, they put, things into your saline that you don't want there. And a lot of it is, they're cocktails, like the morphine. They don't offer just morphine anymore. It's a cocktail, and it's got fentanyl in it. And I only took 5 of the opiates that were prescribed to me after that. Like, I don't know if you saw the pictures, but it was literally, I had my face smashed in, my teeth, chipped and everything. And they put a knee in my back. And I'm pretty sure it was multiple, because I know what a 200-pound man feels like standing on my chest with a COPD. So it felt like way more than one knee in my back. And it obviously must have been if, a tablespoon and a half of gravel was embedded in my bottom lip, and I was spitting it out for 3 days. And then also my teeth were chipped. you know, because it was,
Vera, there's
I
so
was
much
on my
violence.
knees.
There's
Yeah.
so much violence, and and I just heard a story about a child that succumbed to violence from their parent who helped two other people hold them hostage and torture them and kill them. And and hearing you tell this and realizing that there's something so wrong with people, and a lot of people are on substances and aren't even in their right minds, and they're going out and doing things to people.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's just a testament to all that. And Dick, welcome. How are you?
Hey, Freedom Grower. So glad
So-
to see you.
So Battle Axe, I know.
I gotta get my mic figured out.
I know a thing or two when it comes to crimes, and I know a shit ton about forensics too. You know why fentanyl is used more than morphine, right?
It really doesn't matter, because if you tell somebody that you don't give them the authority to use something like that, then they should listen to you. But they made me sign a treatment plan, okay? And the treatment plan, I didn't want anything other than the CAT scan to prove that there was no internal bleeding in my brain because I had a concussion, regular stitches because the dissolvable ones, whatever they're soaked in, causes inflammation, and it's hard to keep it from getting infected. And then the other thing is a pain reliever, and I didn't want the one that was a cocktail, but they don't offer anything else. But they also gave me a sedative too. They gave me a sedative because
you were angry because you got.
I'm not angry.
Well,
Let's use the proper, etymology if we're going to make accusations or assumptions.
Honey, I'm not accusing you of anything.
Well, no one is innocent, not one.
So you're essentially, and I'm just trying to understand you, is that, do you believe that because you got that cocktail, something now is wrong with you?
I just said that I've been having itching at where they put the IV. Like this, every night is inflamed, and it burns. It's like my skin is literally burning off, and it's literally just on this arm where the injection site, and it only just started happening. Okay.
So when did you have your surgery?
On the 5th.
Okay, so recently.
Yeah, it was July 3rd is when the, altercation happened, and the guy that did this to my face is still out, and
I mean, you're pretending like I should know, but I do not.
No, I'm not. I'm just explaining because you asked.
Okay, good. So
if it seems like I'm passionate and and you're mistaking it for aggression, I apologize.
No, I'm not mistaking it for aggression. I'm just being really specific, and I'm being specific for a reason. So I want to understand you.
All right, cool. I'm glad we're on the same page.
So if I sound hostile, then I do apologize.
No, not at all.
No worries.
Okay,
hey guys, Crystal Shaman had a question for Frank. What did you want to ask Frank before we forget?
Yes, thanks, Emily. I've just been wanting to ask him for a while. Frank lives in Frank Monday. Should I specify which Frank?
Yeah.
Frank lives in another country, and we do receive information about some things that happen over there, but not a lot because I think it's restricted. But I did want to ask Frank, since COVID happened, so for the past, I don't know how long you've been there, but for the past 5 years, has a lot changed over there? Is the population less? What are the differences between now and prior to the pandemic?
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
okay. Yeah, sure, absolutely. And I can be succinct as possible. I've been here since 2001, so 25 years now. And the big changes during COVID, yeah, lockdown was a hardcore thing, and we moved basically into a cashless society. And there was a time, I mean, I can only give you the perspective of where I'm at and my traveling around and such, so on and so forth. So I live in Beijing, and we have an expression in Chinese. We say "jing di zhihua," or the frog's view of the sky from the bottom of a well. So with my limited perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well, um, it looked like about approximately we lost maybe 50% of our population. It hasn't returned, and we've since the lockdown, we've been living in a cashless society, 100% surveillance state, and just grinding along. I mean, does that answer all your questions?
Yeah, you have confirmed some of what I have thought and heard previously. I mean, I saw the videos. I saw the horrible videos where they were literally blocking people into their apartments, sealing up the doors where they couldn't even get out. And all of those videos vanished off of YouTube shortly after that time. They didn't stay
Yeah,
on YouTube very long.
the worst of it was in the south, in Shanghai, Nanjing, and other southern regions. The north, they treated us a little better because we're the capital. Like I think someone had mentioned earlier, I think about Russia, that if you treat the people in the capital good, then you can pretty much exploit the rest of the country. That was you, Frank.
Wait, what?
That's that's kind of heart-wrenching to know that they would just be an average person living there just like us living here. And I saw some of the most horrendous videos, and I am not kidding you. It was, I don't know if anyone else saw them, but I felt like they knocked off a bunch of people. Is what I felt like. They eliminated them.
Well, I saw it at street level. I reported about it a lot on YouTube, and I got community strikes routinely. And so I stopped talking about it. It's just not something they're willing to share with the world. I pretty much just keep my mouth shut about
Yeah,
seasoning the abyss, as it were.
yeah, I totally understand that, and I knew you were kind of watchful about what you say. That's why I never said the name of the country. So thank you though for answering that, Frank. And hi, Lev Kung Fu. You said hi to me earlier. I can't type in the regular comment part, and I'm sorry about that. And hi, Dom. Good to see you.
So you said that they were doing it, or they did it, but they're still doing it. So there's no difference in 2018 to now, other than it's getting worse. Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, technically it started here in November of 2019, and yeah, it's just
You've already said too much as it is, but
they
like,
changed
I
they
just wanted to
changed the
confirm
world.
that's what I heard. Gross. It's gross. But everybody's coming out. Like, everybody's whistleblowing now. So, like, can they take everyone now? They might try. They could try,
Well,
but I'm not
I'm
scared.
gonna
Country, the
just
United States is much better. We just treat foreigners the way they treat.
yeah, I don't know. Again, my perspective is like a frog at the bottom of a well, and as like
Yeah.
an American embracing the spirit of 1776, I do believe that the freedom of speech means that there are consequences sometimes, so one should be wary, but at the same time speak one's heart, right? And fear only God, I guess.
I'll take 1923. I don't really care what era it is. Just, let's go. Let's get this show on the road. It's Caravan. Gypsy in Caravan, or car oven. Yeah, I'll take the car oven over the train.
Did you
at
guys
this point.
hear about how the $128 billion in tariff refunds went to corporations? And of course, their excuses, they're the ones that technically pay the tariffs, but we paid through buying the consumer goods at that price, So, and also I saw a story about the Congo, these horrible images of children working in the not only cobalt mines, but something called coltan. And, they have uranium. They were the ones that supplied the uranium that was used in, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. and it's from something called the Shinkolobwe mine, I believe. So, and those people are horribly poor because, colonialists went in and pillaged. So, what are we going to do about a system that, like Cougar Doomer's wife, and Cougar Doomer, they're often talking about, how we are in a crisis, environmental crisis. So we're also in an ethical crisis because, like what I was telling Battle Axe, these horrible stories, people are becoming more and more violent. And then people are more desperate, and then we see people at the top are more usurious, I guess you could say. So what would be a solution to this, like a rapid one in your mind? So is it going to be a personal revolution, or are we going to do something with a political?
Coexist.
Emily, if I could say, the tariffs were never going to put any money in our pocket. It doesn't work that way. Trump was telling people that we were going to get checks. We were never going to get anything out of that.
No.
Tariffs don't work that way. Tariffs don't go to the people. Tariffs go to the industries. So we were never going to see any of that money. That was just a big sham.
Yeah. Yep. Farming. That's what they're doing. They're farming. Data. Us. We're the data.
One thing that I found earlier, I'm going to pull this up so I can see it real quick. Let's see.
Where are all the ladies at? Sorry, go ahead.
But this is an interesting thought. I'll run this by you guys.
Feel outnumbered.
Okay, it says, fake people dislike you when you're authentic. Toxic people dislike you when you stick to your boundaries. Freeloaders dislike you when you say no. Manipulators dislike you when you see through their tactics. And a person who is okay with being disliked, therefore, is very powerful.
Uh-oh.
What say you to that?
Negative
It does.
too. And it works way better.
Wait, what was that? What was that first part? Could you repeat that, please?
Negative attention is attention too, and it works way better to have
Oh,
somebody
no.
than being
No,
liked.
because when you cry wolf, guess what happens? They don't believe you when it's actually, when there's actually a wolf. So, you can't just go around shouting wolf.
Apparently you can.
I think you have to go around shouting sheep. Like, bah. Maybe you have to speak in their language too, their legal beagle language.
Legalese.
Like,
Dick, what did you want to say? I think Dick's trying to get in there.
Yes.
It seems like the people are they're getting violent because they're at their wits' end. They feel the anxiety, the hopelessness of their circumstances. They don't really see a path forward economically, viable for their circumstance. The food prices just keep going up. And it's on one level, it's kind of absurd because when you see how people live in other parts of the world, like I've been to Mexico where families of 18 live in a little box, a 20 by 20 box, and they're happy. At a certain level, they have a certain level of respect for each other anyway. And it seems like they still, the kids have joy, they're running around. So, it's a society where there's a lack of gratitude, there's a lack of appreciation, but there's a lack of trust for good reason. And if you wanted a one-size-fits-all solution, it's personal accountability. You got to strip the whole thing down to bare bones. You can't have fraudulent money. You got to have honest money. You have to have a basic system of common decency and respect that's limited so much in its capacity that it fears the people again. And without that, can we get back to that? Is there a way with all the technology now and everything that's changed? Of course, there
barter
always
and
is.
trade. Because the only thing that I heard after you said money was, oh my God, it's the money. That's what I heard in my head. It was like, ding, 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 ding. Oh, the money. We're chasing the bags. Like my mom, she's chasing a bag to pay the rent for this lot. instead of just liquidating all her shit and getting the heck out of here because all she wants to do is be by the beach. But she'll fight me tooth and nail because she knows that it's an uncomfortable situation.
You know, what you said about your mom and what Dick was saying about families made me think about elders, and something that I was talking with Mrs. Cougar Doomer about, Tessa. You know, there and our food supply, it all ties together. So it is a polycrisis, like Cougar Doomer often says. So we have people eating crap that makes them sick, and then they end up on the drugs, which make them sicker. And then when they're old, they really need help, and they end up in assisted living. So like, starting with, it really is a personal accountability in a way thing, is that we're going to kind of take over control, and we're going to make sure that we're healthy, and we're going to take care of each other. But how to motivate people and mobilize them to do that when they're, you know, in the rat race and so terrified of the next bill that they have. That's the thing. And getting them to just transform their lives, which, you know, it was a weird benefit from COVID, was that people almost had to think outside of the box and give up their comfort and maybe think, well, we are in a crisis. What are we going to do? And so they changed everything. So that is one interesting aspect of that.
Did they really change anything though? Because I mean, it's the same model. They just amped up the security.
Yeah. Crystal or Frank, do you want to weigh in? Frank Monday, did you want to weigh in on any of this?
Yeah, I could a little bit in that I think a perspective about diet and nutrition and medicine could shift that potentially. Like from what I've experienced with my wife's family, we were among her grandmother, and then we had our children. And someone's giving me a really serious echo, so if you would mute, yeah, thank you for that. I'm not sure who it's coming from. You guys hear the echo?
I'm hearing
No?
you too.
Anyway, so to follow the perspective through, her grandmother lived, I think, to 97. And then so there were four generations in the home. There was the great grandmother, the mother's mother, my wife, and then our daughter. And I would say that the great grandmother showed the best example of simple living, eating relatively wholesome grains and fresh fish and fruit, and the whole family participating in her well-being so that she didn't need any assisted living really. And then her interaction with the grandchildren gave her the purpose to stay alive as long as possible, I guess. So I felt like that skipping a generation, like the middle part of the family doing most of the out of the house working, and then the elders interacting a lot with the grandchildren, provides a continuum and an extended family that gives everyone a definitive purpose all the way through life. So I
I mean,
think
that's how it used to be back in the olden days, right? Have big families, and then the children would take care of mom and dad, and then so on and so forth. That's how they created family businesses.
Yeah. So I saw that play out in real time here with my family because they have an
Mhm.
extended family. So I think an extended family is one, like, it's not an easy answer, but it's certainly helpful. And I believe that the communist Marxism and liberal infiltration in the United States, it's one of its main objectives is the destruction of the family. And I'm not saying it's the only answer, but it is an effective.
The institutionalization of children was something we touched on in another episode, and you know, and it was on one of the regular Finding Gnosis shows, because you know, oddly enough, like Crazy Guru and I were on the same team of you know, homeschooling is probably better than compulsory schooling, and there are studies kind of proving that up. And of course, compared to a child who has nothing, but that's what people don't realize. In the way back, daycare was abnormal. Daycare was, they used to call them day orphanages. It was not normal for a child to be in some institution with a bunch of other kids from the neighborhood. That was weird. And then it became the norm. And so I kind of see, Frank, what your point is about, you know, that being, there being a ploy behind removing children from their families and putting them all in this big institution and schooling them, you know. So, yeah, it all goes back down to that family unit. But even people that maybe don't have a big extended family, I remember reading about Native Americans who, that was the grandparents' role, was the parents would be out working the field, and they had a pretty hard life, but the grandparents kind of had that role of being at home with the kids. But it was, you know, they say that for a child, that one-on-one time with someone that they know really cares about them in those first few years of life is so important. It wouldn't have to necessarily be their mom or dad, but it has to be someone that they are close to on some level. And so that's what you would have with a grandparent. And we have moved so far away from that. So yeah, anybody else that wants to weigh in on some of that?
Okay, so as an unorthodox solution that maybe wouldn't be the common leaning, but if society's so addicted to technology that at this point, maybe that's the easiest way to circumvent the process. If you did have a counter technology that was family oriented, that was not surveillance optics, that was designed to actually help seed and plant those ideas of personal accountability in the person, to where, so all these concepts we're talking about, you know, they always end up seeming to go back to, well, the family or the personal accountability. So it's technology geared towards that. And, you know, it's like, why is that not a possibility? So if our kids are going to be educated by this shit, they're not going to have teachers. They're just going to be sitting there watching AI because it's superior. Then maybe we have to program the technology. That's the more viable solution.
Or get rid of it at all.
But maybe it's not possible. It's like heroin. They're so addicted now that the only way to change the trajectory now is to change the solution you put in the vial. They're not going to stop putting a vial in their arms, for an analogy. I mean, I guess it's a bad one, but you get what I'm saying.
No. It's a good analogy what you're doing. It's a really good one. Because that is what it is. It takes one obsession and it takes it to the other. That's why, for example, Australia and France are now having their rules set up. It's already that way in Australia, that they can only use social media when they're 16.
Right. So how could you peel back a whole society like the Americans, you know, Americans or the West, you'd say, where
I guess it's
just
more for the new
on
generation. Because they know that too much screen time is just bad for you in general. I mean, it causes more violence. And obviously those numbers that we see now about crime rates, they can't be accurate because there's more violence now than they would adjust by hand. Because you see a lot of not necessarily internet violence. You have a lot of people that more commune with each other via Telegram, Signal, Discord, whatever, and plot entire things. I mean, you can see that with the Charlie Kirk thing. All happened via Discord as well. That's where the confessions happen. You have sick Discord groups where to do CSAM. I mean, that is where technology went now. I mean, and also, obviously, you have the dark web. It's not necessarily for the best. So maybe we need to be limited. And maybe that is why we have all these quote-unquote primitive thoughts of wanting to go back to nature and that kind of stuff, because we know that the world that we are working in right now isn't functioning. We are being exposed to too much violent stuff, like the news.
And me. Dick, do you need a mango tree? And also, do you have a jalapeno to put it in?
Do I what? Or, I don't know who you
I was
were
asking Dick.
Sorry.
Asking Dick.
Okay.
Because I asked him earlier if he would, join a band with me, but he wouldn't respond. And he's close by. And I was wondering if he wants this tree, because it's in infantile format currently, but it's a living thing. You just gotta put it in the ground.
So we're gonna call the band the Mango Lickers.
I think Pineal Power would really appreciate that, but I think we can come up with a better band name.
I like it. I think it's got a good ring.
Oh, we have some jewels being donated. So thank you for donating to Finding Gnosis 2 jewels. Lolly my day.
How about the
Appreciate
Soap
you.
Makers? If there's not already a band called the Soap Makers, Butcher, Baker, or Candlestick Maker, or Amish, whatever you prefer. But yeah, I prepped the mangoes. See, it's prepped, and now I'm gonna do some yogurt. Gurt.
Good.
Yeah, because
Juicy.
I mean, the goats, they have to be milked, because otherwise, if they don't, then it hurts. It hurts them if they don't get,
Good to
they
see
don't have
you, Robin.
babies.
Milk the goats.
Milk those goats.
It's not the male goats unless you're, I don't know.
Hashtag make your own farm cheese.
Yeah.
And then I would like a share because I'll
It
test
can
it.
be so good if it's done right. Goat cheese is,
Sorry,
highly
Emily. I didn't mean to
underappreciated.
interrupt.
No worries.
All right.
I actually have a neighbor who is a candle maker, and oddly enough, it's one of the least successful businesses. Even though it's fun, like in terms of running it as a business, it's not very successful, but it's fun to do. She does not want to make soap, sew clothes, or milk goats. Well, Robin, we'll put you in the 15-minute city, and you'll be happy.
I'll do it.
That guy that invented the light bulb put her out of business.
Emily, can you put out that remark that Ohm made about behavioral pattern that's called the bystander effect?
Oh, let me see if I can find that.
Anybody ever read an article called
So a behavior
The
pattern.
Failure?
No, Vera, I haven't.
It's a failure. All right, go ahead.
Yep. A behavior pattern they call bystander effect. Cities breed compulsive apathy. The animal brain is forced away from knowing everyone is in their tribe.
I thought you meant the bystander effect, at least in my knowledge, the bystander effect is that there is this case, I think it was in New York or somewhere else in a large city, where this lady, and it was an experiment, by the way. That's why they call it the bystander effect. This lady they did this experiment where this lady screamed for help in a busy city, and she wasn't helped at all. That's why they call it the bystander effect, because bystanders would think that another bystander would just call for help.
Right. I remember seeing a truck on fire off the highway one time, and I called, and they were so irritated because everybody was calling. But I remember hearing that reaction thinking, I mean, I understand how the person taking the calls felt, but I thought, my God, I think it's better that I called than that I just drove past ignoring. And what was more horrifying to me, another remark about our culture, was that people had gotten out of their cars to take pictures and selfies for Facebook or whatever of a guy burning alive in his truck, basically. It was horrible. And I thought, at least I thought, I hope I'm never somebody that would do that, because it's just so depraved looking. I just thought this is the most depraved looking thing I've ever seen.
Because we live in a world now where only status matters. They want as much clicks and likes. I know that from personal experience, right? I worked a lot of true crime cases, and it's always the same. They either want the killer out, they don't want it, they make up an entire conspiracy, defend the killer, because they don't trust their government. And it's sick. It's really sick. Because that is the type of world that we're living in now. Because everybody just grabs their phone if somebody gets their ass kicked.
Now, it's been that way since the 70s. Look at Manson. How many women married him while he was in prison?
Exactly.
Come on now.
There have been depraved people for a while now. You do have a point.
Long time. Since the dawn of time. So, Cain and Abel, rocks and such. Anything could be a weapon. Like anything.
So I guess then you're disagreeing with the premise?
No. I think it's a flaming dumpster fire I have for a while. The shape of the world. But I was curious, like, how do you think we got here? Because my cousin wrote something that was featured in the Washington Post and one other publication on the East Coast, I believe, or maybe it was West Coast. Either way, called "The Failure of Affirmative Action." Did you read that? It was long. It was long and convoluted.
I know what affirmative action is, so elaborate.
So pop culture. That's it. Pop culture ruined everything.
I think it can vary from time to time too.
Essentially.
There was an interesting experience I had recently where there was a man got ran over here in China by a car in traffic, and he was stuck under the car, and a police officer started calling for people to help lift the car, and like all the delivery drivers on their little bicycles like came forward and helped to add manpower to lifting the car and pulling the guy out from underneath it. So I think that sometimes,
Sorry.
and again, it was as a police officer, sometimes it requires a hero to step forward and organize people.
Yeah, they're looking for a leader, and that's tribal behavior. They're wanting to. If a police officer, for example, does that, no, it doesn't work that way. And trust me.
Oh, but it does, because
No,
I'm
it doesn't.
doing it. Yeah, no, I am doing it. Even though I'm submitting and complying to their demands, or requests, whatever you want to say it is. I'm still in charge, and I am the authority over my life.
So if your neighbor's house is on fire, would you go in it?
I would spray the ground. I would install, I would be a landscaper, and I would install the sprinkler system that they could have manual. That
Would you
way,
do
if
that
they
by
ever had
yourself?
to leave their house, they could just leave it on, and the direct energy weapons won't melt it if their roof is the same color as the sky.
Okay.
Right?
So,
No.
has
Okay.
anyone
All right.
ever heard of this book called The Mind Manipulators? Frank, have you heard of it?
I have a huge, vast knowledge of psychology, but I have not read that specifically.
You,
This
you've
one
never
is
seen trees burn from the inside? You've never seen that?
No.
You've never seen
Oh yeah,
melted
yeah,
bricks?
yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
I know the conspiracy behind that. And by the way, trees do that.
I
There's a
mean, when
branch of trees
lightning
that does
hits
do
them,
that.
so you believe that it's lightning that's causing all these fires that surround us.
No, it's harp.
Right.
So this has to do with a lot of different things, and Robert Shefflin wrote this. And this book was recommended by Steve Hassan, who wrote a book called Combating Cult Mind Control. And there's a lot of really interesting stuff in here about different aspects of manipulation. And one is the bite model. Have you heard of that, Frank?
The what?
The bite model.
No, never heard of it.
So that's Robert Lifton's
Wow.
thing. And so it has to do with cult mind control. So BITE stands for behavior control, information control, thought control, and then emotional control. So, you control, and this, I'm reading that in the way back, Combating Cult Mind Control really helped me deal with college, for example. I was very, very unhappy in college. And, and I recognized certain things in jobs and in college that were just, and going to parochial schools, I knew there was a lot of messing with your mind going on, but finally having somebody put it into words of like, this is deliberate and this is what they're doing and this is why it affects you this way helped me tremendously. So, and I think it would help a lot of people to realize certain things. But so behavior control has to do with controlling your behavior, getting you to respond a certain way and acting favorably when you do and unfavorably when you don't. Information control, so controlling what you have access to. Now, thought control is really important because it has to do with thought stopping. So like, and by that, it's like making people actually, when they're by themselves, feel guilty maybe for looking at something. And it's a thought stopping technique. And you've seen people who will like flip out on you also if you say something to them that counters the programming. And then they're like, they can't even listen. So that's thought stopping techniques. And then emotional control, of course, manipulating people emotionally. So, and then this goes into much more detail and gives some examples of CIA mind control programs and whatnot.
You're talking about MK Ultra.
Real quick,
More,
Emily,
more than MK Ultra, but
can you cite the source again?
This is called The Mind Manipulators, and it's written
Mind Manipulators.
by Alan Shefflin, Scheflin, and Edward M. Opton, Opton. And it's an excellent book, and you can get pretty cheap copies of it. And then you have Steve Hassan, Hassan, wrote Combating Cult Mind Control. A fascinating little story. He was a Moonie and a Jew, and Moonies hate Jews. So he actually, they turned him on himself. And it was very, very interesting to read about that because one of the things that broke the programming was when he was screaming in his parents' living room that Hitler wasn't such a bad guy. He realized he heard himself for a moment and realized, wow, I'm pretty far gone, aren't I? And the only reason he ended up in that situation was that his parent, he had had a car accident from staying up so late at night working for the Moonies. And he was in the hospital and they managed to get him to their house long enough to work on him, bring him to, and have these sessions of talking to him. And he finally realized he wasn't himself. So yeah, that's another thing is getting people off, controlling who they're around, and sleep deprivation, keeping people on pins and needles all the time for approval or disapproval, all that kind of stuff. So, when you see what a cult really is, I think people are kind of quick to, there are in advertising, there's manipulation, and in all kinds of places, there are all kinds of techniques being used to sell something, but a true cult is something else,
Yeah, it seems like lockdown 2020 was the first step of that whole process, right? Isolation, getting everybody separated.
Yes.
One.
Yep.
And that is usually how it starts. That is, for example, how lover boys get prostitutes. That is the same thing as how a cult works, is isolation. Keep repeating the same thing all over again and over again, and let them believe that they are special.
Yeah, the OG Freemasonic
Yeah,
ritual, the first
exactly.
thing is 3 days in a coffin.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So a cult works essentially by offering people belonging, and that is just in easy terms. It's taking advantage of vulnerable people, and those people who do that, they can read people really well. They know exactly how to target the individuals.
Yeah, they'll work on also finding what your weak points are, what your fears are, what your this and that are. That's a lot of times the initial, and you see this on jobs and in churches and in all kinds of places where they're trying to gain your acquiescence. Is they want to know more about you, and that's a normal thing. People want to know more about each other, but it's for a reason. It's fishing. They're
Yep.
fishing for the information. Like what makes this person upset? What's a sore spot? What are their dreams? What can I? And they'll work on the person later that way.
And it's not necessarily cults. It's how one MC biker gang started. That's how the mob started, with the Omerta, for example. Uh, it's the same concept as a cult. It's a sense of
Yes.
belonging, brotherhood.
If we could shift gears for just a moment, Emily,
Oh,
I've had this question in my mind since you mentioned it. You had mentioned AOC and her potential being pushed forward, and then the idea of the statistic that 40% of Americans have shifted towards the idea of an independent third party. And then I would say, combining that with the, I think, relevant statistic that they're saying now that something like 70% of Americans are identifying as Catholic, and maybe this has something to do with the amount of immigration we've seen from South America. But would you maybe foresee a third party candidate espousing Catholic tenets? And if so, would you think that would be enough of a winning ticket for them to secure the presidency?
I don't know numbers wise. I know growing up, it's funny too because I had a evangelical middle and high school, and I had been in a Catholic school before that, so I was shocked by their attitude towards Catholics. It was so radically anti-Catholic. A lot of ranting and raving about Catholics and misconceptions about Catholics too. And right now, I'm not pro-Catholic or pro-Protestant either, but it's just I do think you would have a problem from those people, and there are a lot of them. And if somebody were really infusing being a Catholic with their presidency, there are people that would not have a problem with that. And numbers wise, if what you say is correct, if it would create this overwhelming number of people, then yeah, I think it could be successful. But I do know there would be that faction that would not take kindly to that, if that makes sense. So I would have to look at the numbers to know how much of an impact that would have.
I totally missed DNW. What's up, bud?
Oh, hi, DNW. Me too. How are you?
hello, everybody. Good job, good job. I have been listening intermittently. Sorry, I've been busy this evening tonight. I was out for a bit, but I was listening on the stroll home. Some interesting stuff coming up here. This stuff is a bit controversial, but it is interesting. I was listening, Emily, when you were talking about how they can try to control behaviors and make you, do it in a kind of indirect manner. I mean, to be honest with you, Emily, if they want to do that, it's not hard. This is the scary thing about humans. We're not actually that hard to control. If they really want to control us. I mean, people think we're chaotic. People think that we're, really highly independent individuals who think for ourselves. But there is a hell of a lot of follow what everyone else does. There's a hell of a lot of fear. And there's a hell of a lot of things like, even things like keeping up with the Joneses, doing things because everyone else is doing it and it looks good. So you want to do it too. I mean, you get a lot of that I'm not an anti-capitalist, but you get a lot of, I would say, wastage in the way humans are marketed to buy this, buy that, live this lifestyle, and people don't really think for themselves. They buy this, they buy that, they get on some kind of financial ladder, paying back extravagant loans, extortionate loans, sorry. And I just have to wonder, have they sat down deeply and asked themselves, is this really what they want? Or are they just doing it because, they think they're meant to, or it looks good, or it makes them appear a better person in the eyes of others? I don't know, guys. I just don't know.
I guess if you have regular society, people have a 9 to 5 job, or even later. Sometimes they just work 2 jobs. I guess they just want to belong to society, and the way that it's functioning right now is all right for them. And thinking outside the box, it's a hard thing to do because people do not want to change. And it usually takes like a divorce or something like that, like a huge trauma, in order for them to gain that concept.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it's the same for all of us. We were somehow shaken, awoken due to some circumstance. If not, we would be a lemming. We would be just going along on autopilot, and it's nobody's fault, by the way. You go along on autopilot because life is scary. Life is scary. You're afraid. You don't want to be hurt. You don't want to be ostracized. You don't want to, you don't want to be put in a worse situation than you already are. Most of us were already in a bad situation. So, you keep going along. You keep doing what is expected of you. And I know, for example, even in my life, some of the career I chose as a youngster, I don't know. I just did it because, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, to be honest with you. Then you end up in a career, and you might waste a lot of your life in something you don't even know why you got into it.
And thinking is hard. Don't they say it requires more energy to think than any other activity?
Well,
but I'll be honest with you guys. I wasn't really taught how to think. I think that's because of the socio-demographic level I grew up in. I think I was from a working class background. We were useful tools, literally, and they don't want you thinking critically. They don't want people to think for themselves. They want you to think for your master, especially in the working class demographic. They don't want you thinking for yourself because they need people who are useful to them. It's becoming more and more. By the way, they have a point, because if all humans thought for themselves, and if all humans were clued up, and are highly educated, the world wouldn't work. That's the terrible situation we're in here. You do need useful people, as in useful tools. You need people who will just nod their head, get on with it, because they don't know they can't think outside the box. Unfortunately, again, this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, that progress in humans has been built on shit things that happen, shit things that are happening. And I suppose what we've got to do then is, when we do progress, is make sure we give back and try and better everyone's life rather than just a select few.
Yeah, and getting people to think that way is interesting, because unfortunately, usually when they're trying to make you think of others before yourself, or in lieu of yourself, it's usually for a nefarious reason. Like, it's kind of funny you brought up being useful tools. It made me think about slaves, and how like the house slave would be more concerned. Like, I remember Malcolm X, I heard him talking about how he'd say, "Master, are we sick?" If master was coughing and sneezing. And, he thought of it as, like the master's sick is like if I'm sick. And imagine in those circumstances being able to convince someone to think that way. But they did. And just that little bit of elevation of status is all it took to do that. And so imagine if people are, as we really are, like very manipulable. And but in this situation, you'd be asking people to have compersion, like care about others in combination with themselves, and realize what a value that is to the entire community. Oh, we have a donation here from Andy. Whoops, I took it off.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
Andy,
Oh.
Andy, thank you so much, brother. That really helps, guys. It really helps. It pays the bills here on StreamYard and on X and on Facebook. And we are trying to do things here. So, guys, I appreciate all of you who help out. We are trying to do things. And by the way, guys,
another one.
Become a member, and then you can come on the Discord. Okay, there is a Discord where we are available to talk to each other 24/7. Emily's on it. Frank here, young Frank is on it. Sorry, he's not old, Frank. You know, I'm
No,
sorry,
no,
Frank Monday.
fair
But
enough. Fair enough. Old
yeah,
Frank.
well, yeah, you know, we'll say Dutch
Ageism.
Frank. I'm going to call him Dutch Frank. Is that okay, Dutch Frank? Because you are Dutch Frank. So Dutch Frank is on it. There's a few others on it. So do come on do become a member. You can get on the Discord, and we're trying to keep it. It is troll free. We're going to try and keep it like that. It's a good place.
Ooh,
And
that
we have
sounds
Cool.
fancy.
we have another dono from.
Oh,
Global
and
Solidarity.
we got global solidarity. Wow, I'm overwhelmed with delight. Thank you for that, global solidarity. Now I appreciate you very much for that. Fantastic. I appreciate it. It's going to go in the back pocket, and you know, one day, if needs be, you know, as Cougar says, when shit hits the fan, we may well build Finding Gnosis Doomsday Bunker, and you know, we may all try and survive there for as long as we can.
And Andy,
You
I'll
got-
touch base with you sometime and talk about that stuff we were talking about. It's really interesting.
Have you ever had these?
I haven't.
No, I had the real deals.
Had those.
The real deals. No. These are just snacks. They're snacks, and they're a product of Japan, but they're made in York, PA.
I had a German brand that was a pretzel mushroom with a.
Oh, pretzels. No, I want a pretzel. I don't have any pretzels, my man.
These are cracker, and they're good, but there's too much sugar, and they have milk in them. There is coconut in them. I didn't know that. They don't taste like coconut.
They don't taste like coconut, but they have
They
a lot
don't.
of sugar, though. So you're
Not that
essentially
much.
trying to find an excuse just to eat them.
There's 210 calories, and that's 14 grams of sugar for the whole package. That's not that bad. It's just more sugar than I like, because I usually use coconut sugar in my coffee. It's a lower glycemic index.
That's very organic of you.
No, it's because like diabetes runs rampant on America. Are you aware?
No, I'm not aware. I know nothing of the word.
Nerd. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
So
It's actually more a compliment.
speaking of high pressure control groups, does anybody have an experience with one that they would like to share?
High pressure?
Mhm.
Who doesn't?
Well, I mean, some people have a very specific, harrowing even story about being a member of something, leaving it, or whatever. So,
Yeah, can I relay a real
Yeah.
brief anecdote about the academy I work for right now?
please do.
Yeah, I guess I could do it in two parts. The previous academy I worked for was a very high control structure, but one of the thing that made me leave is that they shifted from having any available real animal foods within the school to entirely vegetable protein based products, which made everyone. I saw the transition within 1 year of time. Like everyone went from like a lot more active, a lot more engaged, to just completely into a zombie state within 1 year, like one semester of all vegetable protein. So me personally, I'm not an extreme advocate of it, but it does have a great effect on the cognitive ability of the people. But the one I wanted to mention is at the current academy I'm at this year, they insisted, it was demanded that everybody integrate AI into their lesson planning. And I'm the only one that ran a case study that was entirely anti-AI. Like I found all of the negative things about AI and then presented that at our, what is it called? A seminar or whatever, at the work report at the end of the year. And as a result, I was cut from like the prime teacher status and like delegated to a B or C teacher status, and I was not allowed to go to the grand AI symposium or presentation on AI that they were giving because they wanted all positive feedback pretty much, which I gave a mix of both, but I mostly pointed towards the dire negatives that we're seeing from the AI specialists themselves, right? Like a recent gentleman who was in AI security for like 30 years and said that it's got a 99.9% chance of ending us essentially if we let it go forward with unmitigated. And yeah,
Right.
so interesting. Conformity here is like the order of the day. You have to do it, or you get rapidly estranged.
Thank you, Frank. I want to say thank you
I got
again.
one.
Thank you again. Another Wonderful, generous person. Cougar Duma, I appreciate you, mate. Obviously, you know that. You don't have to donate for me to appreciate you. You're one of the good guys here, entertaining us and educating us. You know,
Oh,
he's
hey.
a man of immense knowledge and ability to convey it. So we are extremely grateful, Cougar Duma, for you being here. Cougar Duma, if you are able to use Discord, let me know, because the members here can get on it, and I am keen to have a climate, global heating section, just to talk about shit as it's going down, and obviously links to Cougar's videos as well, because guys, he's got a channel. I do implore you all to check out Cougar Duma's channel. That's how I found him. He's also got a book. It was 100 Days. I've got it. It's on Amazon. Look it up. He's a great guy, and we are lucky to have him here. And his missus. She's one of the WoW ladies now, and she's a mighty fine woman too. Thank you, Cougar.
I've got a story of how I, finally left an organization that wanted to brainwash me, and it's called the UK Child Services. They kidnapped me for 2 years. They dragged me halfway across the country and tried to convince me that my mother was the most evil person in history. But the good news is they failed. I hate them still, and I love my mum, so they failed. But they did try to brainwash me.
God, Spec, man, I love you. You made it like so deep. That's so
Bro, that is
a
brutal story. A brutal story. Can you tell it again for those who are only half listening? Because it is important that you get that out there. Go ahead.
In one of oh no, oh no, shit, no, it was on Jack Holcott's story. I told the whole story. It was epic.
Be nice to Jack. We already gave him shit yesterday.
Jack Talcott. The great Jack Talcott.
I was just bigging up Jack. I'm not criticizing him. I just said it was on the Jack Talcott story that I told the whole story. Do you know what? I feel peer pressure by Frank now at the moment. Distinct peer pressure.
You said that last time too. You're just being a dick.
I'm literally trying to tell the story of how the British state kidnapped me from my home, and then she's laughing, and then tried to actually convince me that my mother was the most evil person in history, and it failed. And from that point on, I was always very careful about people trying to convince me of things too enthusiastically. I just automatically distrust anybody that was too enthusiastic about anything.
Did you write a book about it?
No, I wrote a book on how communities can better work together to improve their social and economic system.
You're awesome, my man.
Thank you. Anyway, I just wanted to say I managed to resist brainwashing when I was very young. So from the ages of 4
How did you do that? Just before, but I want to ask you how you did that. But I want to say Cougar Duma made me laugh there because he described his channel exactly as it is. By the way, Cougar Duma speaks exactly how it is. He's not a man to mix his words. That's what I like about him. He just says it as it is. But anyway, he says his channel is serious science with a level of savagery. And that is true. And that's why you'll like it. Sorry, go ahead, Speckman. How did you become this guy who thought differently to the herd and managed to escape Plato's cave? I mean, how, Spec? What is it about you? What set you aside?
I really don't know. That's the God's honest truth. I don't know. They really did do everything in their power. In fact, they even invited a foster pet family to come down to the children's home. And the fosterland family, they were holding my little sister, who was in the same children's home with me, in their hands, and they were all being big smiles and all friendly. And I knew that if they managed to convince well, these people to take me and my sister away from where our mum knew to find us, that she may never find us again. So
that is usually how it works for your own protection.
So I literally told them, I said, look, I know that you think that my sister's cute and cuddly and all of that, but where she goes, I go. And I promise you, I will burn your house down with you in it.
Whoa.
They changed them.
Well,
They
then
changed their mind after that.
So do you still get on with her? Do you still get on with your sister?
My little sister, actually, for years and years and years, we used to fight really, really badly. And then when we got to about 30, or when she got to about 30, I'm older than her. My mum had already passed on by that time. She just
Sorry
said,
to hear that.
can we not fight anymore? I'm tired of it because I just don't have the energy. And I'm like, well, I suppose so. And we haven't had a fight since. So.
Let me see.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. That's awesome that you haven't had a fight since, man. Really good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Very unusual, by the way. Very unusual that siblings don't fight.
I would love for that for me and my mom. I would literally do just about anything. Golly, especially right now with everything going on. But I wanted to ask you, how long ago did you write that book again? Because I remember you said it the other day and I can't remember. And also, follow-up question, why hasn't anyone, or if anyone has, why isn't it being implemented yet? Like, why hasn't anyone approached you to implement the plan? Not the Q plan, your plan.
I take it you're talking to me, Battle Axe?
Yes. I mean, we had an awesome conversation the other day, so I figure, why not?
Well, the truth of it is that you guys might not feel that this way, but I feel like you guys are my guys. You're questioning. You're worried about what's going to happen in the future. You all seem to be fairly independent in the way you think, not easily influenced by others. Yeah. I'm gonna.
How long does it take to vet everyone here? Like, how long did it take you to vet these people?
I've been coming and going for quite some time. As D&W knows, I started off with my real name, which is Robin Wolstenholme. I'm not hiding, but I tried to start 2 channels on YouTube, but YouTube has banned me for life twice. One strike and you're out. And of course, because it's a computer doing it, you never quite know what it is that you did to get yourself banned. But I've been posting exactly the same videos on X and on Rumble, and they're not finding any problem with what I'm saying. So
just those 2 platforms? Just those 2 platforms, not Threads and Instagram?
I tried YouTube, but I'm banned, and it's really annoying because, like, on my phone, I can't even watch a YouTube bloody video now because, like, because now I have to try, and I won't. And I had a good friend Patrick, who drastically underutilizes his YouTube account, so I'm helping him out, making a few new friends.
Nice.
But like I was going to say before, D&W was kind enough to actually open up a space on his Discord for me. And I think I might start dropping chapters of my book there, if anyone's interested. So.
Yes, I'm interested.
I'm interested.
That's so interesting.
I think you guys will all love my fictional character Simon, because I write from his perspective, and
Simon
I try
Cowell?
to build. Excuse me.
Simon says.
Steinman.
No, he
Guys,
doesn't have
we
it.
will. By the way,
Simon.
Speckman, just 1 second. Cougar has
Simon.
asked if any of us can provide any inspiration for a science video that he would make on his channel, and maybe he'll share it here as well. I've pulled this out of my ass, but I think it's quite interesting. Cougar, a video on how rapid changes in climate or fluctuating weather patterns or unpredictable seasons affect human biochemistry. I don't know, guys. Is that? I mean, that's quite a strange one, but I think there might be something worth considering there. You know, does it affect human biochemistry? Something to think about.
It probably does. I would imagine.
Yeah, I reckon it. I reckon it does. I reckon it affects your brain, your neurochemistry for sure, and it may even affect women's cycles. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, it definitely does.
Levels, who knows? So that would be something interesting, and then correlated issues arising from such changes in biochemistry, Cougar. That would be something interesting to me.
I think it would be interesting if they would start going back to what they started spraying in the 60s and 70s. What wasn't it? Wasn't it silver? Because why do we need barium, strontium, aluminum, and graphene oxide?
Silver nitrate.
Why?
We don't.
Yeah, the silver nitrate. Yeah, let's go back to that. Let's see if that works. Because we got more rain back then, for sure.
I totally forgot about that until you brought it up.
Thank you.
Good to see you guys anyway. Back in the saddle again.
I'm back.
So let's go for a ride.
I just read this thing from the Patriot Voice. It said that our government purposely is destroying farms across America. That's how they phrased it, by dumping Bill Gates's bioengineered ticks all over the crops and killing farm animals. The whole point is to engineer and manufacture famines and slowly kill off the beef supply. Same with Lone Star ticks infecting people with alpha-gal. They don't want us eating red meat because it's the most nutrient-dense food. Let me remind you, they want us all sick and dead. Now, this is his words, not mine. Just reading it. Mm-hmm. What's worse, they are apparently using Apache military helicopters to drop the millions of ticks, and it's likely a DARPA operation. The fact this is happening in broad daylight is wild. They just don't care anymore. It's a full-blown weaponization of government against we the people. And then they show a picture of a farmer spotting one of those helicopters dropping the ticks, and then he has a piece of tape, and it's covered in ticks. Yeah, what say you guys about that?
That's disgusting.
It really is.
Horrifying.
If I may, real quick, I'd like to make an amendment to what I said earlier about the Academy switching entirely to vegetable proteins, and it's one of the reasons I left. I'm not assigning causation to the decline in cognitive function. In fact, the foods they had started presented were not vegetable based in its naturalness. They were mostly processed items. So you had processed noodles, processed tofu, fake meats, and stuff like that. So I think it was abundance of processed foods more so than the fact that they had eliminated animal proteins. Because I know there are a lot of folks that are animal what's the word? Vegetarian.
Animal averse.
Right.
Do you know what
Versus
I think is
animal
funny?
Like me.
They can cure COVID within 6 months. You know, they just chuck it in the computer and it comes up with the miracle answer. So can't they stop the not eat meeting beetle?
Well, they engineered it, so yeah, I would assume. But yeah, Cougar Duber just entered, and he may have something to say about that and other things. Hi, Cougar.
Yeah, hi everybody. How's my audio?
Good.
Good.
Okay. I don't have my headset in, so hopefully this works. Yeah, so the question about the ticks, I haven't actually seen that article, but I will mention that this is fairly commonly done. You may have heard that the screw fly has returned to Texas. There was a huge project in Texas many decades ago to destroy the screw fly population in Texas, and it was done at the federal level. And what they did was they modified male screw flies. I think they used radiation to make them sterile, and then they released them into the environment to breed with the female screw flies. And by doing that and being consistent about it, and by putting so many modified, not genetically modified, just be very careful. I think they were irradiated male screw flies. They overwhelmed the native, natural, normal male screw flies, and they destroyed the screw fly population in Texas. Well, they stopped doing that, and now they're back. So they're kind of facing that same project again. But that was a deliberate effort, like 40 years ago, to basically fuck up the population of screw flies. They've also done this with mosquitoes. Which one is it? I can't remember now. The tiger mosquito or something like that, where
The West Nile one.
they deliberately modify part of the population so that they destroy the breeding population, and that's one of the ways they do it.
Did you hear about the project that Google is actually in charge of, which is funny because it's a social media company, but they're releasing, they kind of have covertly tried to get a EPA permit, and it is to sterilize the mosquitoes by having these will interbreed with the others, and some aspect of that will create a sterilization, so they say. But
it didn't work though, because the ones that they released a few years back, Gates released them or whatever on Africa, they made it worse. But what is a screw fly? Is that like a bot fly, like where
Yeah. I should have said both. The screw fly, I think, is like the normal local term for a bot fly. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh my God. That's like
they used to be common. They used to be common in the South. I think they're common in South America and Mexico. But
they bite you, and their larva is in your skin. Like, and then if for anyone who doesn't know what that is, like that is literally.
It happens to humans too, by the way. People sometimes come back from Africa, and then they go to the doctor and say, "I have something going on in my scalp," and the doctor will look at it, and it's a botfly larvae in their scalp, because they lay their eggs in the hair. It's more horrifying than it is dangerous. I think you can maybe get an infection or something.
Yeah.
But what happens with what happens with the cattle is, I think it's a problem, because there's a problem for the Texas cattlemen. They either can't sell the cattle, or there's vet bills, or there's quarantines that they can't move the cattle out of the county. There's all kinds of problems for the cattlemen. So you think, oh, this is woke liberals. No, it's the cattlemen who want to get rid of the screw flies. It was their idea, and now the screw flies are back.
Cougar, I just thought of another great video. I think this is a good video for you. When society breaks down, what medical issues that we can deal with easily now will become almost instantaneously problematic for people.
Yeah, it's a large list. I can list a couple right now, but it's a good one.
I think that would be a good video, like an in-depth.
I think it is. But let me answer the question real quick.
It wasn't the ranchers. First off, just real quick though, it is important where it came from. It's the pharmacies, the veterinary pharmacies, because they pay for what? They pay for what?
The veterinary pharmacies.
The pharmaceutical companies that make the drugs for the horses and the cattle and everything like that. They're the ones that make the money off of the drugs when they're made, and they're the ones that fund the studies. Okay, so if they're the only ones that are making money off of this crap, then you can guarantee it was them that did the studies to create these, alien flies or genetically modified. Whatever.
Okay, I'm not sure how relevant that is, but
solution.
But the question, and I guess I'll do a video on this, but the question deserves a quick answer, because not everybody cares about my videos. What medical treatments or procedures won't be available? Kidney dialysis, cancer surgery, post-operative care like chemotherapy and things like that. Insulin for insulin-dependent diabetics won't be available. Antibiotics, most of our antibiotics come from India. In fact, almost all of our generics come from India, and those won't be available. There won't be probably modern surgical suites, except for people that have a lot of money, because it'll be hard to get the instruments. There's a lot of stuff in surgery and hospitals in general that gets thrown away. So without a supply chain to replace these things basically every single day, then the hospital will simply run out of material. You remember how when during COVID they ran out of ventilators? It's the same problem, right? You can just they're just not there anymore. And then, of course, all the things that people use every single day to keep themselves healthy. People take blood pressure medication, medication for their cholesterol levels, all this stuff. It just goes away because it's all manufactured, all of it. Now, you can make up for that with natural versions of these same things. A lot of these drugs actually came from nature first. For example, aspirin, which
now you're doing
or
something that you need to be now you need to be fucking careful, dude. Because I know where you're going,
What?
and it's holistic kind of crap.
Oh
what?
my God, it's naturopath. Like
No,
No, that's
no,
it's
no.
holistic.
naturopath,
I'm not
which are the
going. I'm not.
original doctors.
I'm
Why
just
They
would
were
I?
No,
the
no,
Why?
original ones.
hold
The
on, Frank,
Hang on, let
Frank,
him
chiropractors.
Frank.
finish. Let him finish. Yeah.
Hold on,
Why would I?
guys.
Why
He's
would I
gonna
go there?
die.
Don't interrupt me. Don't
Yeah.
do that. That's
Take your
One
time.
retarded.
second, guys.
I'm just saying,
That's
be
just
careful.
just stupid,
Guys,
anti-intellectual retardation. Shut up.
Frank, just one
Yeah, I'm
second, Frank.
terrible.
Frank, one just second.
Do
One
let
second.
Cougar finish. Yeah, if you don't like what he's talking about, wait till he's at least finished. Okay, go ahead, Cougar.
Bring back
The
the
thing
plague
that
doctor.
shut up, you fucking retard.
And there you
Now
go,
listen,
directly at
listen.
Hammond. Good job,
Aspirin.
my man.
No,
Makes you
you're
more
retarded.
credible.
Shut up. The aspirin, the product we call aspirin, was originally discovered in the bark of willow trees down by the river. The Indians knew all about it. They would chew the real river willows, and they
But
get the
Indians
aspirin
also
from
killed
that.
each other.
Another thing
Let him finish, Frank.
that that the Mormons discovered. The Mormons aren't allowed to drink alcohol or coffee, but they discovered that one of the plants in their neighborhood had a stimulating effect, and it's called Phaedra, and they would make Mormon tea. It's still called that, Mormon tea. Well, it turns out Phaedra also has an antihistamine that's really, really good for like congestion, like when you get a head cold, congestion.
Pseudo.
So they discovered that. And then because they don't have to harvest ephedra, they came up with what's called, they manufactured it using chemistry. And so it's called pseudoephedra. And there's even products you can buy called Sudafed. I don't know if they're still available, but that's pseudo ephedra. And you can, but there's still natural ephedra. If it's growing in your area, which has to be kind of arid, then you
I've
can
heard of
actually make a tea out of ephedra, and you don't have to go buy Sudafed.
Sudafed. Is that for sinuses or something? Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
congestion.
and if you don't have any knack, that will save you. Like if you're having an allergic reaction. So, but make sure
Yeah.
it's the one that says phenyl. It's just the one ingredient, okay? Make sure it's that
But
one.
you can also use it in meth.
Well,
Anyway,
please don't do that.
all I'm
We can replace our
saying,
coffee with
all I'm
dictionary.
saying is that in the event of a collapse, a lot of these products that we buy off the shelf at the store originated in nature. They were discovered there first, and then of course they were manufactured because that's how we rather do things. But there's a whole pharmacopoeia, is what they call it, a pharmacopoeia of naturally occurring medications. That this is not homeopathy. This is naturally occurring variants of off-the-store things, and the off-the-shelf things probably originated in nature and then were manufactured in large quantities. That's a fact, people. You don't have to believe it,
Yeah.
but
It's chemistry. It's the
chemistry.
original chemistry.
It's all
alchemy.
chemistry.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all
Yep.
chemistry, folks.
By the way,
Yeah.
can I just say something?
can
Can I just
learn
say
so
something?
much from nature,
Frank,
and we have-
We love
Ricardo,
gold
I'm
standard
talking.
testing.
Ricardo, I am talking. Sorry, Frank, you got a little bit irate with Cougar. What I think you might have mistaken what he was talking about. He was talking about the breakdown of industrial civilization, where things aren't manufactured or available in the shops or the stores. And he wasn't suggesting that these remedies are better. He was just saying what you could do in that situation if it occurs. Am I right, Cougar?
Yeah, I'm just saying that a lot of what's on the shelf that people like to have was originally discovered in nature, and you can backtrack that if you want to. And I think in the future we're going to have to do things like that. We're going to have herb gardens that reproduce some of the capabilities of some of these other things. Now, it's not my wheelhouse. I haven't studied this, but there are people who have, and they can point you to natural analogs of these products, because these products actually, in some cases, came from nature. Penicillin comes from the penicillium mold that grows on citrus. I mean, we discovered these things in many cases.
You read about them, right?
What?
You read about them.
About what?
Yeah, I read about that. This is the history of whatever it is.
Fred.
Pharmacology? What are you talking about?
what I am saying is that you need to be careful, and I was not trying to fully discredit you because on some points I actually agree with you. My point is that you cannot be some sort of a holistic doctor because you did not study medicine or
But if
people
you're a
actually did
chemist, you
study.
can. So do you know
Okay,
if he's
so
a
that
chemist or not? He may be
you know
classically
how you lose
trained.
an argument by interrupting people.
Right. Well, I'm not trying to argue. I'm actually trying to
Okay,
get back
good.
on the topic, which this is Mullen. It came from the apothecary
Yeah.
slash wellness center. Okay. It's got nutritional facts on there. Right. And you do have to be careful with it because you can, become addicted to anything, literally
I'd like to,
anything.
yeah, I'd like to
Literally
hop in.
anything.
I'd like to hop in real quick. So I don't think Cougar was trying to play doctor really, other than
Okay,
saying that
fair
Right.
enough.
we
But
may.
folks, you don't all have to protect just one guy because you have the same belief system.
I'd like to say
Period.
something.
Oh, it's not
I
a
don't.
belief system. It's a
Oh yeah, it's not a
name.
belief system. This is
I'm being
pharmacology.
interrupted. I'm being interrupted. So I just let
I,
me finish what I'm saying. I do believe that, and by the way, I don't share an entire belief system with Cougar. We disagree on some stuff, but I recognize his intelligence and I listen to him. The only place I disagree with him is I'd say what he said was correct, except I'd say all of the pharmaceuticals we have were at one time, of course, coming from the natural world. But yeah, I think about my mom, like she takes Bystolic and it does something for her heart rate. And, without that, that would go up. And then you have your other pill and your other pill. And a lot of people are very dependent on these things to keep their system in check. And
I
insulin would
know.
be a problem,
Oh, there's another one I
They're
just
running
thought
out
of.
of insulin. You know
Did
that?
ya?
They're
Oh
almost
yeah.
out of like insulin and some of those medications.
That was one other thing I was going to say. So working in
Yeah.
hospital law, I work in the legal part of the hospital. I go to the Board of Medicine meetings and I heard what we have a shortage of. I also hear about what diseases are in the community, and it can get kind of scary when you hear about what we have, what they're going to need to do to get this or that. We also had that thing when the government shut down, so Medicare wasn't being paid, and we paid part of our bill and not the full bill. And then our supplier wouldn't supply us with stuff. So there are things that happen in your community that you may not even be aware of that are pretty close calls.
but once the worldwide supply of insulin has been kind of like disrupted and dried up, that's the beginning of the end anyway. So
For some,
you're
not
just
everyone.
I'd like to.
well, for
Yeah,
most, it's
No.
the
not
slippery
most.
slide, and people under severe duress and stress don't have kids. So even if every single person lived till they were 70, but nobody was having kids, it's still so basically as soon as there is worldwide crisis of insulin, everybody have a really big party. The moment that we've all been waiting for has finally arrived.
Yeah. Cheers.
This is the
If,
most
if I may,
joyous day. And this is from a guy who speaks that if my dad doesn't get his salbutamol, he's gonna die.
if I
But
may interject really quickly, traditional Chinese medicine and its pharmacopoeia of herbology has never really deviated from the naturopathic formation of patent formulas through herbology. It's not super effective. It takes a long-term approach. But we also say in the Chinese culture that yao bu bu, shi bu, or that the efficaciousness of medicine does not exceed the efficaciousness of diet or food. So food should be the first medicine, and then once you're looking for medicine, then you're already kind of the fire's already raging, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, you probably don't go to, I'm sorry, you probably don't go to like a pharmacy to get anything. You probably go to an apothecary to get your, remedies, right?
Yeah, I go to a herb store. Yeah, and put together
Yeah,
herbal
because the
formulas, then grind it
pharmacy,
up, and you
everything
boil it and
is
extract it. You have
processed.
to use an alchemical process.
Just real quick, what's funny about TCM, because I was thinking about studying that at one time, and they actually get some things right. They describe it in a funny way too, though. They'll say, like this is a hot food or a cold food or a red food, or like the way they code things. But there actually could be a correlation to traditional medicine with the reasoning behind that. And then some things you just look at as like pseudoscience, but some things actually are so, it's just their way of looking at it. They recognize that certain foods did certain things to the gut, and they would code them that way. And so it's interesting. Some of it's really valid. But yeah, Cougar, were you trying? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, just I wanted to chime in with my COPD. I shouldn't be able to breathe up here at 6,000, like 100 feet, 180 feet or whatever, because 5 years ago I couldn't. And I was in and out of the hospital every 4 months. And I've been able to maintain it. I haven't taken any of the Symbicort that they prescribed to me. Yeah, because I should be at 4,000 feet. That's where like I feel most comfortable, but I can still breathe. Like, and I shouldn't be smoking.
that is determination.
That's
of
for
asthma,
sure.
right?
But 100 people have lived to be 120 years old while smoking tobacco and water.
I think that's
So
funny that you say that because my father has level 4 COPD. He has huge holes in his lungs. What you are saying is a determination for asthma, not COPD.
right, they tried to tell me that I had asthma for 2 years, and then after I did a bunch of tests at the hospital, every 4 months, like I just said, they came up with the diagnosis of COPD, and it feels like a 200-pound man is standing on your chest. And if you want to ask me how I know that, I'll be glad to tell you.
Go ahead.
No, how about we don't diagnose people or get into their medical history on the internet too much?
It's not medical. It's
No,
you know
what I mean.
domestic abuse, and I've suffered it for like 8 years.
So
if you want to know about that,
domestic abuse.
some guy would roll over on top of me in his sleep while he was fucked
let me
up.
make this really clear. I used
All
to
right?
work in mental health, right? I needed to give my clients
He
medication.
also
I have a medical degree for
held me down by my
order to do
throat
that,
and told
because you
me
need a
that he would
certification
murder me and my
I can't hear
mom
both of
and
you at the
bury
same
me
time.
in the Pine Barrens, and no one would miss either one of us.
How can I be wrong? I have a fucking degree for
You're
it.
so
How
wrong.
can I be wrong?
You're going to tell me I need a therapist now, right? But the therapist told me that I needed to start painting again, that I didn't.
I'm sorry, Vera. I'm going to mute both of you and just let you know, like, this is kind of ridiculous. So Vera shares something about her health, and if you think that she might have been misdiagnosed, you know, you would need to have more information to know that. But it would be like much more egalitarian to be like, I think this sounds a little off because I have a family member that had this or that. Hey, you know, are you sure that's a proper diagnosis? But this kind of aggressive, like, how do you know?
How am I
have a
aggressive?
degree.
I'm correcting her.
You're correcting her without all the information. How do you know she's
without
wrong?
all the information? Because my father has it.
Your father, you don't know all her medical history or what tests they ran or what's going on with her body. You're deciding you do from a very
So it's not all the same. So it's just selective, right?
So
it's
a
kind
very
of a
short
definition of bias.
Yeah, a very short bit she told you, you decided something without asking for more information. It's fine to say you think that she could be wrong, but yeah, that's
I will say one thing. I will
we
say
lost
one
Cougar.
thing.
We lost Cougar.
Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing? I think Frank. The reason Frank's getting irate is because let's give him his due here. He has studied this. He has worked in it. He has.
Apparently, it doesn't matter.
So we can understand why he has his position.
Yeah,
And
if
from that
I or my
perspective-
dad could do press ups like that,
From that perspective, we can't call
my
Frank
dad's
an
COPD
arsehole.
won't let him even walk, you know, to the front door without getting out of breath. But
All we will say is, thank God, Battle Axe is doing well and better than she was before. I really am happy to hear that.
Agreed.
Really happy to hear that.
Agreed.
Bravo.
So let's move on.
Yeah, and Cougar, I was going to ask him what he had been going to say, but that got heated, and so he's like out of here. Don't blame him. Okay, so yeah, what did you guys want to pivot to? Frank, did you have anything to add to all that?
No, that was it.
Oh, Frank Monday, I meant.
Oh no, but to maybe summarize a little bit with my perspective on Chinese medicine, is it is a little more slow acting. I did study for 5 years. I took a year of Tuina, and then I did a year of bone setting, and then I did herbology, and I was ultimately seeking to get into acupuncture, but I gave up that line of pursuit because of the chancellor of the school that I studied with. But anyway, the upshot is I don't think that the Westerners can switch over to a Chinese style in whole, and I don't think that it would be helpful. But I think that a greater focus on natural living and more raw foods would certainly alleviate a lot of the problems that we suffer from.
For sure. Yeah, whole foods that are not covered in pesticides. Absolutely. And Ricardo, I noticed you had a lot to say about like different cheeses and different things. Do you have experience with like making food or being around farmers and whatnot?
Well, I'm an avid cook. I love to cook my own food, so I don't grow it, but I know people who do, and I'm actually in the process of clearing our garden, and turning over the soil. I think I need to get a pH testing kit so I can test how acidic the soil is, you know, and then then I'm going to grow whatever I can.
Nice. Well, you got good air down there. It's a nice.
Yeah,
clean air.
you can grow potatoes in a plastic bag. You can.
Potatoes, fantastic. Yeah, that's a good start. I love potatoes.
Potatoes, lettuce, spring onions,
Chilies,
tomatoes. Easy enough.
Oh, my mum's growing tomatoes. She loves it.
Cabbage.
Her garden's like 10 times as big as mine, so she's got the space. But I've got a little space. We just need to
Some
tidy
broad
it up.
maybe some runner beans.
Yeah, sure. I got rid of the weeds.
Has
anyway,
everyone heard the
good.
story of the three sisters? What is it? Peas, pumpkins, and corn, and they grow naturally together by the Native Americans. I know it was a meme going around a long time
Yes,
ago. I don't.
Frank. I read
Is that
a
a good
book
one?
about. I read a book about the Native Americans, and that mix is the perfect mix for proteins, isn't it? They have the sweet corn and beans, and they mix it with, and it's got all the
It's called companion planting, and it also helps
Squash.
to regulate the acidity of the soil.
Yeah, it's a genius idea. I really think that's the way we should go.
Yeah, tomatoes and basil do really well together too, and all your pumpkins and squash together and stuff. So yeah, I do a lot of companion planting. I don't know.
For some reason, an awful lot of plants, like plants in the belladonna family, like potatoes and tomatoes. I don't know the science behind it, but if you can get a little bit one of the belladonna families, apparently those kind of plants do something that other plants like. So
deeper roots.
Yeah. Yeah, DNW, do you mind if I pivot to something related to activism? I won't bring up names or anything, but it has to do with the...
It's your show tonight, Emily.
Okay, just checking because you're around, so it's a little different. And I have to stop and cough once in a while, so I'm grateful for you being here. But yeah, so in November, there's something called the Family Online Safety Institute, and they're having an annual conference, and that will be, like, the Department of Justice will be there and some other people. So that's going to end up probably being the thing that I'll do, not the thing that I was talking about before. Which was a little bit different time frame. So speaking at that would be pretty important. Really what we're trying to do is get the particular case I'm working on, but also cases like it, because it's a timely thing. We're fixing to have this election, and we have a bipartisan support for the ECHO Act, which is the Ending Coercive Child Harm Online Act. So all of that's happening right now, so, and we're about to have that, is this social media's big tobacco moment thing going on that they've delayed because all of the CEOs like Mark Zuckerberg want to have a stand-in, and they use that to delay. So Meta and all of them, they're probably all going to do it. So we, at this point, don't know when it's going to happen, but that's the other one. But so if we do this, there's also going to be something in Europe, and that'll be more in the winter time. I might actually go, and one of them's in London and one is somewhere else. So we're going to see, there's going to be several of us that are going to go do that as well. So this is literally a global effort. And, but yeah, this involves John Hoven and Kelly Armstrong and a few others. So it'll be interesting. I'll have some content on that pretty soon. And Objective Ethics just put a short up yesterday of my, of a little excerpt of us talking about the ECHO Act. So it points to the old video that we did, but there'll be more to come on that. So yeah.
That's really interesting. I wish you all the best of that. And yeah, keep us informed nearer the date as well. I appreciate that.
Well, so yeah, whatever you guys want to pivot to, and I'll try to think of a topic if nobody has anything. What would anybody like to share?
Actually, before you go any further, in the UK, we have an organization that's called the MHRA, and it's a little bit like your America's drugs and whatever institute and that. And they've got like less than 200 subscribers there on YouTube. So if anybody would just like, you never even need to watch a video, just subscribe to them to freak them out. Because they literally think that they're the only why they bother to put the stuff on YouTube. I know it's like, yeah, this is public knowledge now, right? But when people actually start just subscribing for a joke, then they might start thinking about because they really don't care about what anybody else thinks except themselves.
Well, Emily, you're kind of into true crime, aren't you?
To a degree, I not as entertainment, but as yeah,
Okay, fair
work.
enough. So I found something back, and this is like a long time ago. So I had a co-host, and when Specman was telling about the foster system, and I suddenly had like a deja vu feeling, and so I looked back at my old channel, and when I did my true crime podcasting, uh, the first time that I did that, I met a lady. Heather is her name, and her mom was killed or she speculated that she was killed by two serial killers actually. It's called the Speech Freak Killers, and we figured out she has like FBI documentation because we worked really hard on that case. So I'm not sure if you guys do have the time. It's only 6 minutes long. It's a trailer, and if we have nothing to discuss anyways.
DOW.
Yeah,
The trailer?
I don't mind. I don't mind. I said, yeah. I was going to watch it tomorrow, so why not just watch it now, Frank? Go ahead.
I hope it'll share. I was having trouble sharing before with these settings, but we'll see.
It will show how much a dick I am, by the way. I'm kidding.
No.
See?
I'll make the screen big there before I put it
there
on.
it is.
There. Okay. No. I'm talking to Frank. Okay, he's done it. Yeah, there we go.
I think we're already aware of that, Frank.
Which is fine.
Let's go.
On some things
Go.
here, you might have to make a
Dim
real
the volume, yeah.
decision between your wife and your family and yourself and your life and your old friend, Wes Sherman-Type.
There's no hard decision at all.
Okay, and
I've already told you that.
Lauren, you have today, because I have drug you in here, kicking and screaming, you have an opportunity to separate yourself from Wes Sherman-Type. Wes is going to go with or without you. And today is the time and the place for you to decide which it's going to be.
Well, yeah, I ain't going. There's a lot of things in this investigation that we have come to understand through statements and through physical evidence that we feel that there's more than sufficient enough cause to be able to arrest you. We could arrest you right now. Really? Okay.
Okay, and
I've already told you that. I mean, my family's more important than anything in the world to me.
right, but I also,
I've done nothing. He ain't going with me. He ain't taking me with him.
okay,
You know what I'm saying? I ain't done nothing to be going forward.
Lauren,
That's what
I sure hope you're telling me the truth, because I see you as an opportunity to do something that we probably will not have an opportunity to do unless we get lucky, and that's get Cindy's body back, because Wes will never.
I can't help you there. I don't know.
Okay.
If I swear, I told you that. You know, if I knew, this is the truth. I don't give a
Convicted killer kills himself. Lauren Herzog found dead in an apparent suicide in his Susanville trailer. It's a story KCRA3 first broke during our morning newscast. Since then, KCRA3's Mike Tussell has confirmed that before his death, the killer did not reveal a 13-year secret that continues to torment the victim's family.
So 2020 is when I did this, by the way. That is when this all happened.
I'll go. So I actually got to live with my mother until I was about 6 years old. I was taken from her off and on by the state because she wasn't an upstanding citizen. I was adopted when I was 8.5 because when I was 7, she went completely missing AWOL. Other than that, you want to go?
I'm the oldest. I'm 37. And my sister's 34, so we did not grow up together. She did ask a lot of questions about me. Asked how I was doing, wondering when she could see me again, because I was the first child to be taken from her. My biggest thing now is, yes, I'd like to find my mother, at least have closure for my grandparents, but to be able to tell her, regardless of my I guess, bad times as a toddler that I grew up okay. I grew up safe and healthy.
So what we did is requested a Freedom of Information Act to get all the public information on her mother. And what we uncovered is huge. It's not only huge because of the 252 pages. It's huge because it shows locations, and that helps us to get closure, not only for Heather, her mother, but also other victims of these maniacs.
Thanks for that, Frank. Compelling, terrifying, and yeah, somber stuff. I mean, what was the end result since then, Frank?
They did several
That's a while.
searches.
That's a while back, right? So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. This is 2022, so now 4 years ago that I made that. We uncovered essentially where she was killed in a Motel 6 in Nevada. We know the exact locations actually. We figured out where she potentially is, and I've been trying for like 2 years to, at least since then, I've been trying to for 4 years to get police to act, because it happened in an area where a lot of serial killers were active.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So, and the interesting thing is that that's why I got so heavily invested into this. And to be honest, I've always been a true crime nut. That's why I study criminal psychology.
Hmm.
And when I first did that, I was so flabbergasted that she contacted me in the first way. But when I did that with her brother, or stepbrother, we didn't have anything. I got her FBI files. We got her 252 pages and all interviews about her mom's case. I mean, for an internet detective living in the fucking Netherlands, that is pretty impressive. So that is what really got me motivated, and that's why I might be really stoic and really not a Dutch, I guess. And what people say is because I developed an analytical mind so extremely well that I was able to solve different cases. And it's not necessarily that I needed. I wrote an entire book about it, but I don't. To be honest, it doesn't even matter. The point is that wanting to explain to people kind of my psychology and why I react, why I'm so stoic, is because I do a lot of effort into people their cases, and I don't do it for beneficiary factors. I solely focus on what people need, what people want, and it's always been that way. So if I sound skeptical, it's not out of hate. It is out of a learning process that I learned because I have correction. I have learned out of my career so many investigative techniques, so many bullshit factors that I am wanting to let people learn from my experience. And I have solved several cases, to be honest. A lot of missing person cases can be credited to me, but I don't want that credit at all.
Can you tell us where Heather's at right now? Have you checked in with her? Yeah.
It's been a long time. Last time that I spoke to her, she was in Oregon.
And she was doing well.
I'm not sure if she's doing well. I've not talked to her in a long time.
Interesting.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about, yeah, in the Netherlands, that's because, our case deals with that. Some of their laws, I don't know if you've had any dealings with this, but it's so ridiculous. If you mention a public figure, and they can even be just like a social media public figure, they will keep their name out of the media, even if they're a wanted fugitive. And they might allow like some identifiers, and that's what's going on in our case. There's enough identifiers that it's very, very clear who we're talking about. But it would help a lot if they would just use the name. But then, and in America, the attitude's very different. It's very hard to get somebody on defamation. You have to really meet. Whereas in Europe, it's way more leaning towards the person claiming defamation. Like it's really, and here they make it much more difficult. So yeah, it's hard to write about anything.
Frank, I haven't obviously. Sorry, go ahead. Answer, Emily.
That is why I mainly did American cases, because here in the Netherlands, they don't give out a lot of information. They don't have sure you can do the Freedom of Information Act, but it's like an entire hassle.
Frank, you say you solved some cases, some criminal cases, some of these murders and stuff.
Not murders necessarily.
You solved
mostly
missing persons.
Yes.
Missing persons. Okay. So mostly missing persons. Okay. No, because I was going to ask. Maybe it's not a necessary question then. Like, you obviously didn't publish everything because that might jeopardize a case if it came up, right? Sometimes. I mean, criminal cases. No, but missing person is different, I suppose. But but even at that, you wouldn't publish the person's name or if they were missing, would you? Because some people want to go missing. People have a right not to be found. They have a right to move, to leave their family, to leave their communities.
Sure.
And that's why a lot of police are hesitant, because some people just want to get out of a shitty life they've been given, or they've been traumatized all their life and they just want to get the fuck away, and that's their right.
That is what I tell a lot of I had a lot of case requests that I did, and I denied that based on the case summary that I did. And Emily, I showed you that one video that I did as well with where was it? At Texas oil fields. Oil fields.
And if you give me a link, I'll place it in the main chat so people can check out your channel.
Yeah, Frank, we will definitely. I think we should do a show. We did a show on this channel before about. I think it was about serial killers, and we did one on criminology. This is way back, but it'll be a fascinating topic to go back into. There's a lot of material there. We should do that at some point, Frank. But Frank,
that's fine.
looking at these cases, and I know you already worked in mental health and you've studied medicine, but looking at these cases in particular, both the missing persons and some of these horrible serial killer ones, the murder cases, what has it like done to your psyche and your kind of view of humanity? Has it? Are you damaged? I mean, I know you say you're stoic, but what has it done to you looking at this stuff?
What it has done to me? I guess it kind of always been that way, but I guess that has kind of to do with youth trauma.
I had to mute Battle Axe. Sorry, I didn't hear your answer. You said you've always been that way. What? Sorry.
Because of youth trauma. I mean, obviously, I've traumas.
Youth trauma. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, I've been heavily depressed from probably 13.
Right.
Sorry
to hear that,
18.
mate.
Oh, that's fine. So that was kind of my coping mechanism because I was always trying to figure out like what was wrong with me. And I did like so many self-studies on psychology, and then I eventually got into it. I got a degree in it. And yeah, I don't know. It kind of, I guess when kind of shit hit the fan, I got a really good job at St. Philadelphia here. Which was a really good company because usually mental health involves in like Catholic churches, so a lot of mental health institutions are Catholic here, and they're usually pretty much like deep in the forest, because that's essentially how it started, right? So when I broke up with my ex, I went to Ukraine, and I wanted to do something like good. I was totally distraught with my life. So I wanted to do something good. Eventually went back. And I was like, yeah, what am I lived in not even an apartment, like in just a small rental room above somebody. And I was like, what am I going to do with my life? I was like really conflicted. So I was like, I heard all these podcasts. I was like, you know what? I can do it better because everybody can do it always better, right? So yeah, that's how I kind of got experience into it. So when I disagree with somebody, it is mainly because of, well, I wouldn't say expertise, I guess life experience. It's not because I want to be a know-it-all, really. And that is why I respect,
I see that.
That's why I respect people like Battle Axe, and I know the suffering that she's going through. So if I'm...
How do you know I'm suffering? Did I say I was suffering?
I'm saying that out of consolidation, because you said to me, or you at least said that you were abused. And I'm really sorry for that. So, and I know the mental aspect of that.
But I put myself through that, like, because my mother pushed me into those, domestic abuse situations.
Okay, I didn't.
But I mean,
that.
I still take accountability for it because I'm responsible for putting up with it. And it wasn't really 8 years. It just felt like 8 years. It was more like 6 to 7. So like common law marriage, and you just keep going back because you think that you can like salvage something, and you have loyalty. Like, did you not have that growing up? Like, no one that was loyal to you?
Oh, I was heavily neglected
Friends?
as a child.
But you had friends, right?
Nope.
No friends. So you were picked on a lot?
No, not necessarily picked up.
I
was just neglected.
Well, latchkey is kind of neglected if you only have one parent, right?
Well, I still did have 2 parents, but they didn't understand. They were old school.
So the only thing I wanted to get at, can I just get my thought out real quick? Because you've interrupted me twice now, is like I had that same like inclination where I would watch a lot of crime shows and like about serial killers and stuff like that. My mom also had that same inclination because she was abused by her father, and I won't say exactly how, but she thought that I would be better off without a father. And the only reason I found my father, or she found my father, like at the beginning of this year in March
Oh,
is
hold on.
because he had
I
medical.
don't mean to disrespect
He had
anything, but you,
medical freaking bills because he has cancer.
honey,
And
hold on,
what I was
because
getting at
this is how my mind works.
previous to that was like Heather, like nobody did a follow-up with her, like there's no other specials to see where she was, after you found out all that information for her,
Well, she came
found
to
out all
me.
that
She came to
knowledge.
me voluntarily. It was on
Right.
Reddit. I did like a Reddit post because I wanted people to interview, and then yeah, she said the most
But there's
amazing
nothing.
story.
I
And
mean,
that's
it would be nice to know where she's at now, or not nice. It would just be like a good conclusion because you showed us that piece.
she's doing well.
But what
She's
is
doing
the
well.
conclusion? But you just said that you weren't really sure because you did like speak to her, a
I
few
spoke to
years
her.
back, and
I think last year was the last time, and that is where she was in Florida, having a. We kind of had a mutual agreement or disagreement within in the podcast, because Heather was more focused on her mom's case, and I wanted to convert further into other cases. So we had a disbandment in that
okay.
sense, because she did not really add anything in the sense of me wanting to help other people, and I get that. So we had a really good conversation about that, and she had some personal trouble, and that is how it went. See, I can't protect everybody, but I will always respect her mom's case and what she did for me, because it
Do
was
you
a
think
huge
that
learning
she's
experience.
better off knowing what she knows, or do you
I
feel
think
like
so,
maybe
yeah.
you might have made her depressed because now she knows?
No, I think she knows, and I think that it gives a lot of conclusions, because the asshole that might have did it, oh, I am pretty sure that he did it, because he mentioned it in those court filings or in the Freedom of Information Act. Yeah, he offed himself, and I'm not sure if that is in conclusion or not. And that is the hard thing. I mean, it was not only one guy; it was two guys, and it was a horrible death that she suffered. And the way that they drove around
Yeah.
with her was even more sickening, because that is in those statements too. And yeah, good luck on finding the identity of the woman that had that was working as a prostitute to get around, and then not being there anymore. And I understand that hardship.
I think these
It's
stories
gotta
are,
be.
these stories are interesting because they touch on a couple of things. But DNW, were you wanting to pivot to something in particular? Because I had a thought.
No, to be honest with you, I've lost what I was going to say at the time. It's fine though. As I say, these guys talking, I feel, was more important than in this time, because it was very personal, very
But
very poignant stuff. So
I
yeah,
wanted
go
to
ahead,
say,
Emily.
Go ahead, Frank. What were you gonna say?
well, Battle Axe, you said one thing, and that's why I was wanting to interrupt to you, because you said just like my mother. So does that mean that you got abused as well?
She was my mom's a scholar, like she has like an outdated concept of what compassion looks like. She told me just recently that I was a leper because, they put, DTaP into my, saline.
No, I
Like
get
I
that,
let
but
them dose me or something. Like now I'm broken. But like, you know what body dysmorphia is?
I do.
Okay. So she doesn't recognize me because I lost 16 pounds when I got off of creatine, pre-workout, and now she's trying to give me all this health advice. And so like we're clashing because I got on this journey over 5 years ago, and all I did was switch from bulk to lean.
Okay.
That was it, and then I dropped the pre-workout altogether, but there's amino acids in there that help with my ADD.
I get that, but that is not what I was asking, because now you're over explaining. My specific question
Sorry. Well,
my specific question is that you said your mother was abused by your father, and you said
No, my father, I just met my father. My mom, like
Her dad. It was her mum was abused
my
by her
mom's
dad.
father was abusive to her.
Yeah, okay,
So
sorry.
I grew up without a father because she didn't look for him because there was a house fire and his family moved. And she thought that he already had 2 children, but it turned out that I am actually his firstborn child. So
that
because
that's
women
what
lie to
so
get
that is what
men to take care of the children that don't even belong to them. Sorry, go ahead.
no,
My
see,
apologies.
I'm no, don't apologize because
Can I just
that
say, Battle Axe? I know you're saying these things. Are you sure you want to be saying these things here in
That's what I
public?
was
Yeah,
thinking.
absolutely. I sure
Are
do.
you
It's all
sure, dude?
relevant.
Okay.
It's all relevant to my case, and I have to prove that I didn't that like I'm not a
Back to
menace
you
and
though.
I'm not harassing like because somebody decided to take me to Europe and I begged them to leave me here. And it was because I literally just met my father 2 weeks prior and I didn't think that I would be able to make the journey as a friend. And then I ended up working for 6 weeks when I was just supposed to be traveling on a holiday as friends. And then I come back and nobody recognizes me, but I'm still the same person, and now I'm being accused of, menacing and harassment when like literally all I did was go like this. I didn't push. I literally didn't push.
Just put your hand up.
I literally just said halt.
Stop.
That was it. Yeah.
But yeah, that's
I
another
understand,
reason why.
Battle Axe, darling. I understand your predicament, and it can be difficult when other people don't understand you and maybe paint you as a villain when you're just being genuine and you're being a good person, but they just can't see where you're coming from. Battle Axe, I understand, but please be careful talking about this here, darling. I mean, you're putting
Human
yourself in a
trafficking.
very vulnerable situation.
Yeah.
Explaining
I'm already vulnerable.
I know,
I'm
darling.
already
I know.
I did not mean to. Really, I just wanted to learn more about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of Frank earlier. I was just thinking of it from the standpoint of, and I think you had good meaning, but I was just thinking from the standpoint of, do we really want to get into someone's medical stuff, too much? Because even if you knew everything about it, it's kind of a sketchy area. So, yeah. But you touch on something interesting with true crime, because when you asked me that, like I could answer it two ways. I remember as a child watching a film about a man who is still in jail to this day. I believe he was wrongfully convicted, and it was one of the first times I saw something like that, and I was about 11. So for me, the interest is in the cases. I do think there's something very strange about murdertainment as entertainment. Really not into that. And I even think we've kind of got a sick, morbid fascination with it, like the reenacting of Jeffrey Dahmer and all of that kind of stuff. Oh, he left. Well, anyway, kind of funny that like he didn't like Cougar talking about what he wanted to talk about, and he didn't like what I was saying, I guess. But anyway, or his stuff didn't work. Who knows? But nonetheless, yeah, I don't.
Argumentative, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't like murdertainment, and I was gonna see where people fall on that because it's funny he would find that really offensive, maybe, but it's what I really feel. It's kind of sick. But I do think people like my mom, who's elderly, loves to watch true crime. And I know Vera mentioned it. And sometimes I do too. And I think sometimes we watch stories where people are going through terrible things. And it gives us comfort that we're not the only person going through terrible things. So
yeah,
I would agree.
I think he may have left because from his perspective, it's not murdertainment. It's literally he's trying to solve cases. It's an altruistic act by him.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean he was into murdertainment.
I hope he wasn't insulted there
It
because I
wasn't
know
meant to
Emily
be
didn't mean it
personal.
by
It
him.
was just a label
That's on him if he was.
that she uses. Like I call the jab the buffet. Like it's just how we refer to it, and I refer to it as the common cold because that's what it was before it was weaponized.
Yeah, murdertainment is a term used by people that talk about this. And true crime, I have a friend who does true crime documentaries. Maybe if he would let people finish, that would help.
But Emily, it is interesting. I remember years and years ago, God, a long time ago. I'm getting old, but I was in between. I was moving to another place that I was renting. And I was in between moves, and the other place wasn't ready, so I had to stay in what we call digs for a few weeks. Okay, so I just rent a little room in an old lady's house. Well, she wasn't that old now, but back then I thought she was. And basically, every time I came home from work, this woman, right, used to watch what you call, Emily, murdertainment on TV. She used to watch true crime. Like I used to get back there probably about 7. She'd be in the living room watching it, and she used to just fall asleep to this shit on the sofa. She'd watch this till 1 a.m., 2 a.m. You know, I'd get up the next day, go to work, look in, it would still be rolling on the television, and you know, she was obsessed with it. And I've known a lot. Sorry, Ricardo, I'm talking. Thank you. I've known a lot of women throughout my life who are obsessed with things like serial killers. You know, watching documentaries about them, reading about them. Personally, it never really tickled my fancy. It wasn't really something I was into. I found it like A, scary, and B, depressing. But I actually understand why women kind of, to say they're into it is a bit wrong. I understand their kind of fascination, and it's like it comes from a place of vulnerability, I suppose. It's like they're looking at it, watching it, kind of educating themselves, like to look for patterns, to see shit. I better learn about this so it doesn't happen to me. So I can see what these characters are like, and it's similar. Like it's somewhat related, bizarrely, to. We've read about this before recently. Like I think it was Jordan B. Peterson talked about it. That, sorry if this is a bit crude, but some of the fantasy figures that women, fantasize about are characters like pirates and vampires. Yeah. And I mean, it's a bit of a weird thing, but it's like dangerous guys who, but in a safe way.
There's an evolutionary reason for that, or so they
yeah.
think.
The evolutionary reason is probably they like dangerous guys who are on their side to protect them from other men. So it goes both ways. They like dangerous guys who are on their side, but also, they educate themselves about dangerous guys by reading about serial killers or watching documentaries. But yeah, it's but then again, Emily, there's another strand to this, and it's a really strange one, and it is that some of these male serial killers, when I say male, I mean the serial killers are male. Obviously, most of them are, but some of them have got or do get lots of love mail from ladies around the world, sending them, messages of unrequited love or undying love. And for example, Ted Bundy, he got sackloads of mail, even though the guy was guilty of killing multiple women. Really, that is a really strange phenomenon. I can never get my head around that one.
See,
that is really weird.
That's someone that's gone on to the other end of the evolutionary spectrum into insanity. But I feel like I do think this explanation makes sense, that a lot of women they would be looking for a man who is tough against other men, would be how in an animal brain would be like, oh, that man can really survive. But they think he won't act that way with them. But a lot of times these men that they're observing as these very alpha male, then when they're acting that way with them, they're like, oh, wait, it's not supposed to transfer onto me, though. That's how you are with the rest of the world when you're winning, And so that's kind of a glitch. But then this glitch where they're actually going after people who are clearly harmful is very, very strange. And I think that's a sickness.
Very well, what is going on there, Emily? I mean, I'm no psychologist, but it's really fucking weird. I mean, I suppose there is this classic I can turn him thing that some women do. I can fix him. Maybe it is that. Maybe they like the scariest man. Maybe they actually hate other women, some of these women. Maybe they hate their competition. I don't know. I don't know. It's maybe it would be an interesting topic to look into the psychology of women who go after these guys, because they are out there.
And then that true crime aspect too. I was going to say, my friend Victor, who he's British, and he has a channel called Crimes Anatomy, and it's a very good channel. He had people accusing him of just loving, murdertainment or whatever kind of accusations, and he asked the question, and I said, because of your work, these documentaries you do, the victim has a voice, because a lot of these victims that he deals with are deceased, or like in Diane's case, she's in hiding and the fugitives are still out there. So he does all kinds of stuff, but. So to me, there's big value in documentaries and films where the victim has a voice or the wrongfully convicted have a voice. That should be the attraction to the case. And I don't think there's anything wrong also with just, people wanting to experience real life when they read something and maybe they've been through a murder or a death or something and they need, it's helpful to them.
It's also really strange, Emily, how the serial killing it's more or less related to sex. They usually kill the type of people they're attracted to. So the serial killer will usually be like a straight man killing women or a gay man killing gay men. You know, that's usually it. I often wondered as a kid, why don't these men kill bad men? Why aren't there serial killers going around killing like horrible men? But it doesn't seem to happen. It's I don't know.
And for
it's
some of them,
extremely strange.
the getting off is just the murder. There was a guy, the one that Michael Morton was wrongfully convicted, the real guy, and they know it from the DNA testing. He just wanted to beat people to death, and those people being women. But he didn't rape them or anything. He just wanted to beat them to death. So.
Yeah, and I think the
It
idea
is.
that good men don't kill bad men is because the very fact that they are good men. Like there was a situation I was in
Yeah.
where I really had those negative feelings, but then I was able to reconcile it within myself because I wanted to embrace the goodness of humanity.
You are right. That's a brilliant point, Frank. Because when you get to the age of reason, those are thoughts I had as a child. I couldn't work it out. But when you get to the age of reason, you develop empathy and understanding, and you understand why people are the way they are, and you hope that authorities and services will deal with them rather than you.
Ricardo, were you trying to get in there earlier and say something?
No, not really. I was just yeah, I've been through some abusive relationships myself with mostly with women and a few men. And yeah, it's difficult. I don't know why. I don't. At 50, I don't know why I seem to attract the crazy ones. I do. And I fall for them.
Maybe it's not you attract them. Maybe you're attracted to them.
They usually find me though. I wouldn't go after someone if I knew they were fucking nuts.
Well, I think they're usually more extroverted and less boundaries. So that's probably why, generally speaking, people get. It's not necessarily getting targeted by them. A lot of them are hypersexual, so you're one of many, and so you're one of a long list of people that they've either bedded or tried to bed, and it is what it is. It's just mental illness, hypersexualization due to some kind of low-level psychosis, perhaps, or personality problem.
If you're a pessimist, it might be that birds of a feather flock together, and if you're an optimist, maybe it's that opposites attract. So it's because you're the good guy they want.
Yeah. I mean, Frank, I don't think pessimism is that sexy, though. I don't think many pessimists are having like mass orgies or like lots of sex.
Fair enough.
I feel like also, I don't know if any of you have experienced realizing what the attraction to the person was, and that it was totally textbook, like something that you'd experienced before that kind of trained you to seek out, like for example, there are people that maybe they don't know their worth, and they seek out someone that clearly later on they realize, oh, they don't value me. Wow, how did I end up doing that when the one thing I wanted was someone that would value me, and things like that. Even the verbiage of the person might be the same as a parent that you've heard before. Have y'all ever experienced anything like that?
Sorry, Emily, I got sidetracked by objective ethics. I'm sorry. I hope we haven't made any social faux pas. He says, "What the fuck? This is the most disturbing episode of Finding Gnosis he has ever heard," and that's saying a lot. I do apologize, OE. We probably have said, "I'm sorry if we've offended anybody." We've probably made sweeping statements that probably, yeah.
Did we? Possibly.
Maybe the possible thing is talk about mental illness. Make it back.
Oh,
yeah. Maybe.
Yep. Yeah.
We're not professionals. We're just lay people.
And that was what I was saying, which I think was taken wrongly. In fact, I said Frank's intentions were probably very good. However, as if you're hosting the show and you're seeing kind of a diagnosing situation, you might want to say, hey, maybe we don't know everything about this person, and we should kind of be careful here. Which is, just, that was it.
Me personally, when I'm hosting, I like to stay as far away from TOS as I can, if able, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But no, I was saying, have you ever experienced recognizing patterns? Like if you are with someone and they use verbiage that maybe a parent used at one time or something, you're like, oh, that's where this comes from. I've heard this before. that kind of thing is very strange experience. And I didn't know if any of you had ever experienced that.
I mean, you see patterns. I mean, you see patterns in human behavior, yeah, and if you meet enough people, you can predict it, and you can see, yeah, it becomes something you kind of almost expect or get used to. You know, it's not as shocking to you. It's sad sometimes, but it's not as shocking to you. And I suppose when you get to that level, you stop reacting emotionally and maybe react more intellectually, because you realize it's actually not the person's fault. They're just, for example, traumatized, or they're acting up because of some issue they have. Don't take it. You try not to take it personally.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anybody else?
But when you're young, as a
I'm
young
not
adult, for
traumatized.
example,
I'm just having an existential / midlife crisis.
Gotcha.
Is that okay?
Yes.
that's fine. I think that's me. That's me every day. Thank you.
That's your special talent. Mine too. Wow.
Woohoo!
Oh, lovely. Some good news for once. Oe says, on a more positive note, the wife and him just bought some lovely flowers for the patio. It will be fun potting them. He can't wait to sit out back with his morning coffee. That sounds absolutely lovely indeed.
Yeah.
Sit out there with the morning sun, admiring your flowers and your beautiful garden.
If we're
with
gonna
a nice
pivot a
big
little
cup
bit
of coffee.
It'll be even better in the fall.
Towards porch flowers,
Somewhere
what would you say are some of the best for
We
your
call that
patio? I
autumn.
like geraniums, but what about you guys? If we do pivot just slightly for a moment about porch flowers, are geraniums
Begonias.
fun, and what are some others?
I love begonias in the shady spots. They spread
Well,
really
I like the white begonias.
I mean, they're
They smell
not porch
pretty.
flowers, but I like fuchsias. They're my favorite garden. I don't know. You know what they are? Fuchsias. They're like hanging. I don't know. Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
It's the word next.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about.
It's the word next
Yeah.
to fuck in the English dictionary. It's
Oh,
next
and to
to
tie
fuck.
that in, I think my mother really liked geraniums, and that may be where I got that. I wanted to know too, because this has been burning in my mind. So if I may ask, what's a good companion flower for cannabis?
I don't know.
Marigolds? I would assume the same thing as tomatoes, right? Basil? I'm gonna
Yeah, I've
put it
not
in my
grown them with
sauce.
tomatoes before.
My tomato
It seemed
gravy.
to work well, but I've always been deeply curious about that.
Yeah, you hide them in your tomato
grow
plants.
like tomatoes. Don't they?
Fuchsias and passion flowers. I do like a passion flower.
How about you, Ricardo?
Anything exotic, something really different, mega colorful, and fragrant as well. Some I find it incredible how some flowers don't smell of anything, others smell quite bad, and yet others smell absolutely divine.
Yeah, red
I'm
roses
like,
smell
I'm
terrible. Ugh.
Lilies are good. Roses are nice.
Lilies
Orchids
are kind of
good.
stinky. I like
Lilies.
wisteria.
Yeah.
Wisteria
I'm not sure
is my
if
favorite.
clove
In the Japanese
is
love language, it means. Sorry, go ahead.
Are cloves
It means what?
considered a bushing plant or a tree? Anyway, clove flowers in the spring are super fragrant.
Oh, I
Just
love those.
wonderful.
I love those so much.
Endurance of love. Endurance of love.
So this Patrick says corn grows well with cannabis. Mayhap it does.
Moisture, though, then you got to worry about more, fungal infections and stuff like that because of the corn that sweats.
Oh. Do you know, speaking of like heartwarming, happy stuff, so there was this story about a lady, and of course the sad part is that she was old and her husband passed away, right? And she had this little bakery. It's in Galveston, Texas. And for some reason, after the funeral, this little dog came by, and it came by every day, and it would just get up on her shoulders. There's a video of this, and hugged her, and then it would run off. And it did that every day for the last month. So that was very interesting. They don't know where the dog came from or why it decided to do that, but yeah, it was kind of sweet.
Ooh, that's an
There's the
interesting
fuchsias.
thread. Yeah, those are beautiful, D&W.
Yeah, I like
At
them.
my grandma's funeral, dragonflies were suddenly attracted to me. And I think it was in part
Amazing.
telepathic because I was looking for a connection, and I said, if there is
Yeah.
spirit, then I'd like to connect with the spirit, and I put my finger up, the kind of the intention, and the dragonfly landed, and I had a whole thing with it. Anyway, it was
Good
wonderful.
luck. It's good luck. If dragonflies land on you, it's good luck for sure. If they bite you, though, that sucks because it hurts a lot.
Really, they can bite you? No, I didn't get bitten. That's
Oh
interesting.
yeah,
I don't like any. I don't
grasshoppers
really
bite
like
too.
anything biting me. To be honest.
Actually, I used to do landscape gardening, and that was some of my favorite. That was one of the favorite periods of my life. Actually, working outside doing gardens. Yeah, I did enjoy that.
Yeah, you get lots of vitamin D, and I
Yeah.
think getting at least 15 minutes of light in your eyeballs is important.
Yes.
Hello, Oe.
Good to see you all. Thank you for having me.
Okay,
I thought maybe it would be appropriate, since I was complaining, that maybe I try to participate in helping cheer up the mood a little bit. So I've got a great story I can share with you. It's not too long.
Wait,
not
I still
terribly
have
long
one
at
of the
all.
harrowing. I have the harrowing, and it's quick, I promise. Remember you asked for that, Emily? Is that okay if I go, or should OE go first?
What were you going to show?
Okay, so you were asking for like harrowing type of stories, at the beginning when I came in.
Can I just tell this plant story, since it's related
go for
to
it.
that?
Go for it.
And then, yeah. But Battle Axe, before you go too far away from the microphone or the headset, I don't know if you can still hear what I'm saying, but I do owe you an apology. So if you could still hear me, I don't know. But I call everybody brother and sister, and I didn't mean to offend you when I said that the other day. You said, "Don't call me your sister," or something. I can't remember how you worded it, and you have every right to say
I was
that.
there
to me.
that day. I remember
Yeah,
that.
I didn't mean to get so triggered by it. It's just that I met my freaking half brother like in March. So, and he's 26.
No, you have every right to be
go
called
fight
whatever you want,
arms.
and that's I'll respect. I'll do my best to be mindful of that. I do need a little bit of grace, because I've been using that kind of vernacular for about 30 years. So I may slip out, but I'll try not to do that with you. I have had one other person in the last 30 years. Two people. Well, you're the third person in 30 years that's told me they don't like that, and so I do try to remember who you are and try to not to do that. But it is just a habit. So at any rate, so my wife and I were dating, and this is of course many years ago, and her mother loved flowers, had all these flowers. You know what story I'm gonna she already knows what story I'm gonna tell. It's so funny. So anyway, her mom's favorite flower, and my wife has one out back now in memory of her mother. It's called a clematis, and it's absolutely beautiful. It's a perennial. It's a perennial, and it blooms every year. Takes a ton of water. It's gorgeous. So I was going to pick up my wife one day when I was dating her and go to her mom's house. And her mom and I had this, a love-hate kind of relationship, we'll just say. And so her mother standing at the front door to greet me. It's the middle of summertime. And she says, "Daniel, have you noticed my beautiful flowers today?" And I looked around her garden, and I was so proud of myself, because I recognized some of these flowers, because Lisa had been telling me all about them. I said, "Well, yes, Joyce, I did." I says, "You've got that clitoris plant over there, and it's Lisa's favorite." The look on her face, I swear to God, she almost literally just fell over right there when I told her that my wife-to-be's favorite plant was the clitoris plant instead of the clematis.
Those are orchids.
And
Orchids.
it took me several seconds to realize what I had said and how I had screwed that up so badly. But fuck, I'll never forget that. It was so funny. Yeah, that's the clitoris plant, and it's Lisa's favorite. And she just cigarette fell out of her mouth. She fucking
my favorite too.
I can't figure out why she hated me so much. But anyway, so I thought I might share that lovely little story. Battle Axe, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I figured that might lighten the mood a little bit.
No, you're good, because I thought of another story when you mentioned that, and it's not a heroism story about me. I was working at Walmart as a cashier, and it was during Christmas, and like lines were like through the whole electronics section and everything. But I'm at the front, and I'm checking people out, and this lady, it was after Christmas and everything, and I don't know if it was a return or something like that, but that's supposed to be handled by customer service. So the lady got really like crappy with me, and she accused me of hitting on her husband. And I was like, what? Or not like hitting on him, but like, I don't know what it was. But my manager, she goes and speaks to the manager after, like, I hand her a receipt or whatever. And my manager goes to bat for me, and she's like, yeah, that's not possible. That's not possible. And it's because everybody thought I was a lesbian. Everybody I worked with thought I was a lesbian.
I mean, Battle Axe, you don't. It's like you kind of, you know, those athletic, pretty ones, the kind of the soccer player.
Yeah, lipstick
the soccer,
lesbians.
the soccer
Butch.
player
I am.
lesbians.
No,
Yeah.
the Butch is.
No, she doesn't look butch to me. She's like the soccer
I'm
player
not
one. Yeah.
butch. I have flowers all down my side. All down my side.
No, I was
all the way
wondering what
down.
D&W was trying to say.
It won't show if
He
I
said
wear it on
athletic.
dress.
I thought he was
You're
talking
very
about the
feminine.
Butch. You are.
No, I think
Now
Butch,
I am. I was 160 pounds back in March. Now I'm like 145. I look way less masculine than I used to. That's for sure. Thank you. I can't take your compliment. I'm bad.
well, guys, I think I think we've had enough of an effort, have we? Emily's not well today, so we have to try and let her have a rest.
Yeah.
And get back to her full good health. Hopefully tomorrow, Emily, you'll feel much better. But you did a great job, Emily, considering.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Seriously.
Yeah.
We'll see you, Emily.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Emily.
Blessings. And if you haven't, boiled down a little ginger. A nice ginger tea is always helpful.
Yeah, I've been doing warm teas a lot, so yeah, that does sound good.
Ginger and garlic with a bit of turmeric, a bit of lemon. Chuck it all in hot water.
Pineapple juice with ginger in it is really good. That's what I was drinking earlier.
Bromelain is good for any kind of upper respiratory, and that's what's in pineapples.
If you can tolerate it. Some people can't tolerate like citrus fruits or acidic fruits.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm getting that.
And I'd like everyone in the Northern Hemisphere to keep in mind that we've just gone through doldrums, and the dog days of summer are known to cause a lot of ailments. And so maybe seasonal affective disorder, obviously consult your health professional, but a lot of people are feeling the heat.
Stay hydrated at the very least, because it is way hotter than last year, that's for sure.
For sure. Before we head out, also Objective Ethics, you're doing a show on, is it Saturday on here about God?
Yeah, it's going to be a great show. I did a little bit of research just to kind of freshen up. It's a topic I'm familiar with, but I went ahead and did some research and collected some stuff to make sure that the show runs nice and smooth. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be going over some of the most infamous presuppositional arguments in favor of God's existence. This is the classical God of theism. It's not to be a show to debate God's overall existence or the existence of a God or supernatural events. I'm not trying to debunk any of that stuff, just to kind of go over these really common arguments that you run into in the debate sphere and show where the holes are logically and where the fallacies are, and try to encourage people to, use either better arguments or maybe rely on just personal anecdote and the well-being that their beliefs bring to their own individual lives, and stop trying to claim that there's evidence or arguments that are sound that just aren't there. Because that I think once you start exposing that kind of stuff, it just makes the whole thing look so flimsy, in my opinion. Whereas somebody tells me that they believe in whatever God, I don't care, Jesus God or whatever God it is, and that belief in God helped them get off like drugs and alcohol or something, I would say, good for you, family. I hope to see you in church on Sunday. You know what I mean? Like, I would never tell them that God doesn't exist, even though I don't think it does. But then when people come in and they start telling me, oh yeah, the Kalam cosmological argument or tag is such a great argument. If you're an atheist, you don't have any grounding for logic or morality or something nonsensical like that. That stuff just drives me crazy. So I'm going to debunk all that stuff, and it should be a good show.
Yeah, I definitely think it will be, brother. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
Can you at me on some of that? Like, because I'll forget. That's if I'm free.
Okay, Battle Axe, I'll remind you on X as well. Yeah. Okay, guys, do we want to do some closing remarks? We'll start with Battle Axe and we'll go clockwise around. Battle Axe, closing remarks.
Can we get a summary? Dang, we covered so much stuff.
You don't have to go over it all, darling. Just close the show in whatever way you will.
Women only Wednesday. I love all the interactions we have here, even if it's not women only.
Very
Same
nice.
here.
I love
Thank
you
you.
guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you,
Bye.
Alex. Ricardo, are you there? This always happens. Someone disappears. Oh, he's back. Ricardo, brother, closing remarks.
I was just making a cup of tea, herbal tea. But yeah, it's been a great show, and I'm sorry I was late, but I'll try and be on time next time because
Yeah, thank you.
I love women. I love women. They're amazing.
Thanks.
So man.
They apparently love you too. Lucky man.
Men are good.
Okay, objective ethics. Go ahead, sir. Closing remarks.
Just a reminder. If you want to avoid any uncomfortable moments with your future mother-in-law, it is a clematis, not to be confused with any lady bits, the old devil's doorbell, as it's called, right? So clematis. Just remember that.
Clematis. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Oe. Actually, we'll go Frank next. And seeing this, it was Emily was hosting today. We'll let Emily go last. Frank, do you want to give your closing remarks, brother?
Absolutely. Thank you, DNW. And thank you for doing this wonderful new thing you've got going on with having guest hosts for your channel. I find it really refreshing and delightful. I've caught a few of them. I'm not sure of all the details, but maybe you could tell us a little bit about that as we head off. And Emily, huge thanks to you. I'll go ahead and finish and then you can speak. Emily, really great job hosting the show today. You reeled me in with the Taoist Lao Tzu quote of, the gnarled tree finds no place for the lumberjack's axe. And thank you for the citations on your book recommendations. I'm going to be looking into those more. And anybody who's interested in learn a little bit more about Frank Monday, it's just YouTube/Frank Monday. So come by and say hello.
Thank you, Frank. Actually, Frank, if you want to do an audience with Frank Monday, it would be interesting to hear what the American learned in China. I think that would be a good topic.
That'd be great.
If you want to do that.
I would love to do it if you'd allow it. And what would I do?
Yeah, of course.
You by email to work out the
just
details?
hit me up on email or X. The email is in the about section, I think, on the YouTube channel, and also if we're on X as well, so you can look us up there. But yeah, I think that would be a fascinating topic, and something I think would be worthwhile because obviously nowadays a lot of people are mixing with Chinese people and going to live there and going to work there. It would be a great topic. So yeah, look forward to that one. Okay, Emily, close the show.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming by. Good to see you again, DNW. This wasn't exactly our best effort, but we did talk about a lot of things. And as usual, whenever you get an open panel, it's kind of unpredictable what might occur, and you just work with it. And I think we covered some really interesting things. We are facing a lot of doom and gloom, but at the same time, we're facing it together. So we will eventually figure out what's going on and what we're going to do about it. And I think we might do a little better than we think because nature finds a way, in my opinion. Everybody have a good one. Thanks for being here. Till next time. Bye.